Good evening, fellow councillors, and welcome to this evening's council meeting. Firstly, I would like to call upon Penny Franklin, who is one of the chaplains at the Royal Devon Exeter Hospital, for a moment of reflection. Please, Penny.
Good evening, one and all. Hello, my name is indeed Penny, and I am one of the chaplains under the Spiritual Care and Wellbeing Departments at the Royal Devon and Exeter Hospital, and we share the Lord Mayor's duties as chaplains. And it's good to be with you for this short reflection. As we prepare for Christmas, we think of our homes and families and all that they mean to us. In doing so, we also remember that in all our preparations, we remember the roofless, the homeless, and those facing hardship, without money, health, or loved ones. This season calls us to show compassion, and we think especially of care staff in our city and in our communities and hospitals who face challenging and often impossible situations over the Christmas period. As we reflect on the work of the City Council, we are grateful for the dedication of all those who work in service to others and all those who will continue to work throughout the holidays to keep services working. May they be seen, heard, and know that they are valued. And as you meet tonight to make those decisions that need to be made, may you be instruments of grace, peace and light, and may compassion inform all of your decisions, however tough they may be and however tough they need to be. So, whoever you may call your God or your higher power, may they guide and support you in all that you do. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Penny. As we discussed before, you're more than welcome to stay, but I believe you'll be leaving, so thank you very much, and I hope you have a wonderful festive period. Before we formally commence this evening's business, can I please remind all members of the following. Please remain focused on the topic being discussed. Please do not repeat points which have already been made. Please show respect to other councillors and avoid interrupting other councillors, and to respect the position of the Lord Mayor. Please indicate by a clear show of hands if you wish to speak, and I will then call you as appropriate. Please remember that this meeting is being recorded on YouTube, so members of the public can see and hear what is being said and decide. Moving on, the first item on the agenda relates to the minutes of the meeting of the Ordinary Council held on the 15th of October 2024. I move the minutes of the council meeting held on the 15th of October to be approved as a correct record by those who were attending. Yes. Deputy Lord Mayor.
Lord Mayor, request a point of clarification on the minutes, please. Lord Mayor, can I draw your attention to item number 3, where we were on public questions. In the final paragraph of that, it says in a supplementary question, Mr H stated that this will be a betrayal of the original plans, and would the community receive the promised facilities? The response from the leader was that new plans must come before planning committee. As Chair of Planning, can I ask the leader to clarify that situation, please?
Leader?
Yes, thank you. There was a particular moment going on, as you know. I gave that answer. And when I say the planning committee, it needed to go through the planning process, which I believe it is done so, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, leader.
Thank you very much. I will now sign those as correct records. Moving on to the next item, which relates to a statement to be made by the leader of the council. I therefore call upon Councillor Bialik to speak to the council.
Lord Mayor and colleagues, it has now been 14 months since the war in Gaza commenced. This council called for a ceasefire. Sadly, nothing by way of a permanent ceasefire has come about. The continued loss of life throughout the region is, I am sure, something we all find profoundly sad and simply unacceptable. We all hope and trust that all the world leaders are working towards a peaceful resolution in the Middle East, allowing for a settlement to be determined by the people of that region. Our thoughts also continue to be all those who are suffering because of the ongoing conflict in Palestine and Israel, and further conflicts now in Lebanon and the politically uncertainty in Syria. There are many people in our city with connections in these areas, and also those without any connection who continue to watch the situation with horror and distress. Our city is and must continue to be a safe, welcoming and diverse community for residents, visitors, students and workers. People of many different nationalities, faiths and beliefs, as well as none, have made their home here. Many of these have now come over the decades from war-torn countries. They have grown up alongside Exeter-born residents and indeed now have families of their own born in our wonderful city. As a council, we continue to be proud and celebrate the diversity of our city. Indeed, it is with pride that we all feel in being part of this great city that forms the glue that binds us together. We therefore will always welcome people of all nationalities, faith, no faith and diverse backgrounds. As councillors, we are elected representatives for our ward communities and for the city. As such, we will continue to support individuals, families and all communities wherever we can, and I know we remain committed to continue to keep Exeter a place for everyone to feel safe and supported and part of our community. It is important to recognise that many people, including ourselves, will be wanting to express their feelings, but must do so without causing harm or distress to others. These continue to be challenging times, and we continue to be deeply affected by the brutality and suffering that we are witnessing in the Middle East and in other conflicts throughout the world. I am sure you will agree that it is vital we continue to stand together to treat each other with respect and care and keep our city and community a safe and welcoming place for all, whilst hoping and perhaps praying for a fast and peaceful end to all conflicts. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Leader. And do we have any questions on the statement? Yes, Councillor Moore.
Thank you very much, Leader, for your statement, which I wholeheartedly agree with. I think it's important to reiterate the position that this council stands in solidarity with everybody who's been affected by war. I wondered if you could give an update on the progress of the Devon Pension Fund to divest its funds from companies which invest in the production of weapons and components which are used for war in the Middle East. Thank you.
Leader.
Lord Mayor, to explain, I represent the district leaders on the pension committee, and as you know, we actually have a member here who deals also on the pension board. I do believe on the 3rd of December a motion was moved at that meeting. I believe it was passed. Sadly, I could not make that meeting. My apologies were sent in advance. I do know there will be ongoing work. It's not something you can do overnight, Lord Mayor, but I fully support and I've made my position clear, as I have to the other leaders in Devon of whom I represent, because it's not just about me, that I am totally committed to ensure that arms are not, or the pension fund does not seek to benefit from the sale of arms, and if it can help to stop it, then that's what we should do. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. I'll now move on to the next item, which is to advise you of some of my official engagements since last met in October. On the 16th of October, I attended the Sweepers' Lunch here in the Guildhall, which is always an amazing event for our workers within the city that go out in all weathers, and the McDonald's was very tasty, I have to say. On the 2nd of November, I was pleased to attend the enthronement of the 72nd Bishop of Exeter. I was also honoured to attend a number of remembrance services, including the dedication of the Field of Remembrance, an Exeter City football match, which whilst I was attending, the Deputy Lord Mayor attended the Exeter Chiefs Remembrance match, the City and County Remembrance services, the Poppy to Paddington event, and also the Royal British Legion Remembrance concert. On the 15th of November, I was honoured to host the 307 Squadron Polish flag raising ceremony, once again here within the Guildhall, and I have attended a number of various carol services and graduations. Also during this time, I have attended a number of business events which have included the Unity 5's opening of their new state-of-the-art art offices on the 21st of October, the reopening of the newly refurbished Go Outdoors store on the 26th of October, and the opening of the new Entertainer store at the Guildhall Shopping Centre on the 9th of November. I have also had the great pleasure to attend a number of cultural and faith events, including the Nigeria Community Day in Exeter on the 19th of October, Diwali on the 24th of October, and then went to the South Street Baptist Church and for their anniversary service on the 3rd of November. My Deputy Lord Mayor attended the International Cafe on the 10th of November, and just this Saturday gone, I attended the Hong Kongers Christmas party, and I would invite you to look at the photos online. It's always a very entertaining event. Before we move on at this point, it's my sad duty to also inform members of the sad death of two former members of this council. Firstly, many of you will know Saxon Spence, who has been a stalwart within local democracy within the city and the county for a long period of time, and sadly Saxon passed away. As also has Jill Palmer, who was a former councillor who represented Exwick Ward back in the late 1980s. So our condolences to both their loved ones and families. At this point, I would like to ask everyone to stand for a period of silence. Thank you very much, everyone. Would anyone else wish to say a few words? Yes, please, Leader.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. If I can sort of say a few words about both those former councillors and indeed Saxon Spence. It came as a great shock to us all when Saxon sadly passed away recently. She was in hospital. She suffered a fall. But in her mid-90s, she was still a formidable political brain, and she was still giving wise counsel to many of us young pups, as we were described, and still described by her, almost just a few months ago. Our council was very good. She was on this city council, Lord Mayor, spent a lot of time on the county council, leading the Labour group on the Labour actually had that balance of control back on them. So we have got experiences about the balance of control on the county. And she played a great role in education, well respected by all parties. Lord Mayor, involved in the Ted Rag Trust, great for education, a pioneer of what we were doing in this city for education about 25, 30 years ago, and should be remembered for the good work she'd done. And finally, if I can say a few words about Jill Palmer, was indeed the councillor in Exeter, and she's very good. Recently she was talking to me about the buses. We only did a canvass a few weeks ago. Sadly she lost her husband only a few months ago, and I know it was a severe blow to her. And I don't know if you were with us, but when we were canvassing, and she lives on the odd numbers, I said, oh, I don't want to get caught by Jill. You know, I'll do this side of the road, as we all do, you know. But I say that in a nice way. She did catch me as I was going up the road anyway, because that's what she does. She looks out the window and what she was a formidable person, and I think she spent a good time on the council representing, doing a good councillor's job. So if her families are watching or listening, I hope they know that their loved ones were respected by us all in this chamber.
Thank you, Leader. Councillor Vizard.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I agree with the leader said. He's touched on a lot of the remarkable achievements of Saxon Spence over her career. What a legacy. I think she was a first elected party member in 1945, so my goodness, what a time to join our party, and what a lot she's seen over those years. She was latterly a resident within the Newtown St Helens ward, and the former councillor Emma Morse and I were able to visit her a few days before her sad death, which I was pleased to be able to do. She continued to give extraordinarily good counsel and advice right to the end. Her brain was incredibly sharp. She continued to attend meetings by Zoom or any means, to be honest. And I think also a mention of her dedication to the Cooperative Party over many years as well is due as well. She's quite an act to follow, and I think we all sense her presence. She'll be guiding us, and her determination, her forthrightness, her inspiration to us all will carry us through, I think, for many years to come. So it's a life well lived, and we can reflect very, very happily on that, even though it's obviously sad news and feels like we're bereft as a party without one of our true great local champions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Vizard. Anyone else? Yes, please.
Yes, I'd like to pay tribute to Saxon Spence, who for many years was a county councillor. And when I became a councillor, she gave me very wise counsel and support, and always, over the 8 years I've been on there, remained an active member of the County Council Labour Group when we met, and to guide us with her wisdom. And my late husband always said to her, she was the only one that talked any sense in Labour meetings, and there was a grain of truth in that. And she will be sorely missed, but she is a great mentor to myself and to the county councillors, Labour county councillors, and I shall miss her. And I was only in a meeting with her 2 days before she died, when she said, oh, I think I've not been well, I think I should stand down as membership secretary for the Common Party. What a woman. And when my husband died, she said, don't give up politics, you know, keep your passion going there and it will see you through. And yeah, hopefully it will see me through. Thank you, Saxon. And I do hope someone, where there's new houses being built, will name a street after Saxon Spence. We've got a Saxon Street in Alphington, which was a little slide in there for me before she died, but a Saxon Spence Street would be fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Atkinson. I don't see any further hands, but I would just like to add by echoing all of those thoughts. What some of you may not actually know, but Saxon It's actually the reason I got involved in politics, although I ended up in a different political party in the end. But Saxon came to my school when I was a pupil, and she spent a long time just sat next to me, just talking about local issues, and that was something very special at the time, and that gave me the fire in my belly to know that I needed to get involved. And she recently actually handed me back the letter that I wrote to her post that occasion. So it was really touching, and it was amazing to see her at all of my Lord Mayoral events, and she'll always have a very special place in my heart. So I echo everything that everyone has said. So on that point, we will now move on to the next item on the agenda, which is the opportunity for members of the public to submit questions in advance. I can confirm that we have received 2 public questions. So I would like to initially invite Miss Fiona Wilmot to come, please, to ask her question.
Hi, I'm Fiona Wilmot. I'm a Cancer Benefits Advisor at Citizens Advice. I'm based at Citizens Advice, but I'm funded by Macmillan. My question is, please explain why the neighbourhood portion of the community infrastructure levy can be used for Wellbeing Exeter and not for Citizens Advice Exeter, and why Citizens Advice Exeter will not be included as an option when consulting the residents or public on the use of the neighbourhood portion of the community infrastructure levy going forward.
Leader?
I'd like the portfolio of Councillor Vizard to answer the question, please, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Vizard.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor, and good evening, and thank you very much for your question, Ms Wilmot. I think it's a helpful one to raise, a point that members of the public and of the council will be glad to have clarification on, so thank you. And I just want to add that I don't want to get into playing different parts of the voluntary sector off against one another. I don't think that's a helpful approach, and it's also worth just reminding members the public that Wellbeing Exeter is an umbrella for an organisation of varying different bodies that inputs into the overall wellbeing effort. So it's certainly not a binary choice between one and another. More formally, in response, when deciding how to spend the neighbourhood portion of the SIL, Council must do so within the statutory provisions of the SIL Regulations 2010 and its underpinning planning practice guidance, PPG. The neighbourhood portion of SIL must be spent in accordance with the statutory criteria set out in Regulation 59F and paragraph 73 of the PPG. Regulation 59F states, and I quote, the charging authority, which is Exeter City Council in this case, may use the SIL to support the development of the relevant area by funding A, the provision, improvement, replacement, operation or maintenance of infrastructure, or B, anything else that is concerned with addressing the demands that development places on an area. Providing core funding for Citizens Advice Exeter does not meet these criteria. The consultation proposed for next year on how the Council proposes to spend the neighbourhood portion of the SIL has not yet been planned in detail, but I'm in discussions with officers about that. We're going to have to bring that forward in due course, certainly over the course of the next year. But all residents and other stakeholders, particularly from the voluntary, community and social enterprise sector, will be encouraged to participate. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Vizard. Fiona, you do have the right to a supplementary question that relates to the answer that you've just been given. So do you have a supplementary question?
Well, first I would like to say that I was hoping that the councillor was going to explain why Citizens Advice Exeter does not fulfil the criteria, which I believe he hasn't done. So I think my supplementary question is that the research demonstrates that there's a correlation between poverty and health, and Citizens Advice Exeter 2023, with £100,000 from Exeter City Council, managed to help 6,000 people with getting overall £4 million worth of confirmed income gain in perhaps benefits or writing off of debts, and that's confirmed, and a potential 4 million expected. So I think that it's a very worthwhile use of the SIL, and
Sorry, Fiona,
lie.
do you have a question?
Yes, my question is, why is Exeter City Council prioritising Wellbeing Exeter over Citizens Advice when the published metrics demonstrate that Citizens Advice provides materially better value for money?
Thank you, Fiona. Councillor Bizard?
Well, thank you for the supplementary question. As I say, I don't want to get into playing with one organisation or groups of organisations off against each other. I think what I set out in the regulation that I quoted from does explain the criteria, which is quite strict and specific, and it's one of the things we will now go out to consult on is to whether that be the best use of that and that approach going forward. In terms of whether Citizens Advice will qualify, as I say, from that perspective, it doesn't. Whereas Wellbeing Exeter, I mean, there is certainly evidence that shows the positive impact on community connectivity, from the work that's undertaken through Wellbeing Exeter in supporting new communities, integrating existing ones, and that's specifically around new development, for instance, in places like Pinho, where there is an explicit recognition of the amount of development in that area, and also the Wellbeing Cranbrook, where there's a focus on priority neighbourhoods, and that responds to the argument that entrenched inequalities have challenged areas in the city that are left behind with residents that don't always benefit from the wider prosperity and growth of the city. So that is the aim of making still the impact of development on areas of the city, and those are two case examples, which does it in a different way. That is not by any means denigrate anything you've said positively about Citizens Advice, which I wholeheartedly agree with.
Thank you, Councillor Bizard. We'll now move on to the second question. So can I please invite Mr. Tim Naylor and ask his question? Thank you, Tim.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Without some core funding from the City Council, Citizens Advice is likely to close. Residents, assuming an entitlement to free advice, will approach councillors. Where will councillors send 6,000 people annually expecting advice on issues including employment, immigration, neighbour disputes, family, health, tax and energy, as well as debts, benefits and housing?
Thank you, Tim. Leader?
Again, I'd like Councillor Bizard, the portfolio owner, to answer the question. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Bizard?
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you very much to Mr. Naylor for the question. The Council has not been a core funder of Citizens Advice Exeter for some years. The contract for independent information, advice and advocacy services awarded to Citizens Advice Exeter through an open tendering process has come to an end, and the Council is no longer contracting for this type of service. Full details of this and the whole process as to where we've got to are contained in the committee report pack considered by Council in January 24 and in reports brought by officers to the recent scrutiny committee. Alongside the services provided by Citizens Advice Exeter, there are a wide range of online and in-person advice services available locally and nationally. Citizens Advice Exeter have reported to customer focused scrutiny that although this is difficult work, they have a fundraising strategy and are in the process of applying for funding from a wide range of organisations. I sincerely hope that they will be successful, and I know the Council is in dialogue with Citizens Advice presently about shared use of the customer focus at the customer service centre. So a lot of work going on, and it's important to recognise, I the journey that we've got to this point and the objectives the council went through a process of following consultations, following advice as to how we approach services for the city and the tendering and contracting process that we now undertake. So in terms of how we deal with citizens' cases, well, I hope that we don't use citizens' advice. That is certainly not what any of us want. I fully appreciate its incredible value to the city and across the country, and I hope that they will find ways forward, and we are always open to discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Vizard. Tim, once again, you have the right to a supplementary based on the response you've just been given. Do you have one?
I do indeed, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Tim.
You've mentioned here and in other places organisations which might replace citizens' advice, but can I remind you that these organisations merely signpost people, quite generally, signpost people generally, and especially for benefits advice. An example is Wellbeing Exeter, which has already been mentioned, who were quoted in the Scrutiny Committee documents as stating that citizens' advice's breadth of knowledge about inquiry areas such as benefit or debt advice is crucial. So which of the many organisations that this council funds are actually able to give independent, quality-assured benefits advice to all citizens of Exeter, as opposed to signposting them to Exeter citizens' advice, which, despite your best hopes, stands a very good chance of not existing now?
Councillor Vizard.
Thank you. I totally accept that citizens' advice is doing fantastic work. I don't think that's in doubt, and certainly there's no intention from the council point of view of being closing it down. It's not. We are one of the funders and making up one of the proportions of funding that the citizens' advice has had over the years. We've explained the journey, and we've had scrutiny on that. Proposals going forward will be up in terms of budget setting. Will be up to members to decide over the coming months. So I can't add to what I've said previously in terms of other organisations. There are those that can step up. As I say, I hope that doesn't occur, that we don't have to cross that bridge, but clearly we will need to if it does.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Vizard, and thank you, Fiona and Tim. The next items of business on the agenda are the minutes of the various committees of the Council that have been held over the last couple of months since our meeting in October. Can I please remind all members that the relevant chair or representative will present the minutes of their meeting en bloc, and will then ask if members have any questions to raise on matters which have been resolved. In respect to any recommendations, there will be the opportunity for debate on those matters. If not, I will move on to the next chair or representative to do the same. When it comes to the minutes of the executive, the leader will present the minutes one by one so that members and the public are aware of each item. There will be no debate on resolved matters, but members may ask questions on those matters. Members will be able to debate any recommendations from the executive to council, which will be followed by a vote. Therefore, I'd like to move on to agenda item 5, and can I therefore call on Councillor Lott, as Chair of the Planning Committee, to introduce the minutes of the meeting held on the 7th of October 2024 at agenda item 5, starting on page 19. Councillor Lott.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I wish to present the minutes of the Planning Committee of that date, Monday the 7th of October 2024, and I'm happy to take any questions on those minutes.
I don't see anyone raising their hands, so we'll
Lord Mayor, I wish to approve the minutes.
Thank you very much. I will now call upon Councillor Rees as the Deputy Chair of Customer Focused Scrutiny Committee, who was Chair of that meeting, to introduce the minutes of the meeting held on the 3rd of October 2024 on agenda item 6, starting on page 25. Councillor Rees.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Thank you. I wish to present the minutes of the Customer Focused Scrutiny Committee from the 3rd of October, and happy to take any questions.
Yes, please. Councillor Reid.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Yes, it was agreed at this scrutiny meeting with respect to box shifting, point 33, that senior council officers consider writing to the Secretary of State and the LGA about these problems, but senior council officers have decided not to do so and have reported back to me that they wish to wait to see what changes might occur with national legislation. Does the portfolio holder feel that their decision to take no action is appropriate, given how Exeter City Council loses out to the tune of £150,000 a year because of this practice? Thank you.
Councillor Reid.
Thank you. Lord Mayor, may I ask the portfolio holder responsible to answer that question? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Reid. Leader.
Lord Mayor, this motion went through and was supported by all of us. It's just a procedural point here because none of this came before the Executive Committee, which we might have interfered and done something about. So what concerns me is, on a procedural point of view, is this the way we do it at the Scrutiny Committee can, on its own behalf, write and instruct officers to do this, or would this be a recommendation that they should make to Executive in order to get that done? It's just a procedural thing, because there seems to be some disconnect. It makes this, it's putting officers in the firing line, and perhaps if I had sight of this, we might have been able to do something constructive on the matter. Thank you. That's my procedural point.
Councillor Moore, you have a question?
Can I ask a matter of procedure, Lord Mayor?
You may, under which standing order? I'll let it go for the moment. Carry on.
I'm so sorry, Lord Mayor. Thank you. Thank you, Leader, for clarifying that you're concerned about procedure. The motion referred the matter back to scrutiny. So the Scrutiny Committee did its job as scrutiny. And may I seek clarification that the Executive will seek for this matter to come to the Executive for consideration now that scrutiny has considered it. Thank you.
Leader.
Lord Mayor, I will discuss the matter with the officers as to its appropriateness, and if it can, it will.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Any other questions?
Councillor Mitchell.
Different issue, more supportive of scrutiny. Could I think, I'm not a member of this committee, but I did put forward a scrutiny proposal in regard to citizens' advice and their funding, which I considered a matter of urgency at that time, and brought it forward under a standing order that allows members to take it directly to committee. Could I thank the committee and the chair for their consideration and the way they dealt with this matter at that time? I thought it was a very good example of how members can get something on the scrutiny agenda. I might not like the outcome of the next meeting, but I like the process that was followed here, and I think it's a good example for all of us, all parties, all persuasions, of how to get an item that they perceive to be urgent for the community of Exeter to consider onto an agenda that's dealt with at the next meeting. So I'd like to thank all concerned.
Thank you, Councillor Mitchell, for that statement, but that wasn't actually a question. I'll let that be.
The chair agree with that sentiment.
Leader, would you like to respond, or Councillor Rees, would you like to respond?
Yes, I do agree. Thank you very much. And are there any other questions? So I would wish to
Move the minutes.
these minutes.
Thank you very much, Councillor Rees. So I'll now move on to the next item. So can I please call upon Councillor Pole as Chair of the Strategic Scrutiny Committee to introduce the minutes of that committee held on the 14th of October 2024, agenda item 7, starting on page 37. Councillor Pole.
Lord Mayor, I move to present the minutes of the meeting of the Strategic Scrutiny meeting held on the 14th of November 2024. Are there any questions?
Councillor Moore.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. At the meeting we discussed a number of planning issues and in particular we discussed climate change. And it was noted that it was still the Council's ambition for net zero 2030 and it was appropriate for the plan to refer to it. In the plan there's also a new phrase which I'm intrigued about and I would be very grateful if the portfolio holder could clarify this reference to climate change. The term is zero carbon ready. Can you explain to me what that means? Thank you.
Councillor Paul.
Could I invite the portfolio holder to respond to that item, please? Questions? Okay.
Small is net zero. Good point.
Leader.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I will ensure that the councillor gets a response once I'll talk to the director and get a response, and that is shared with all members of the council.
Thank you, Leader. Councillor Reid.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Yes, so bearing in mind that the portfolio holder's not here, perhaps the leader might like to answer this one. The portfolio holder, as in Councillor Alcock, this is regarding the Exeter plan, confirmed to me that the need for additional allotments has been recognised within the local plan as a priority for the council over the next 20 years. And the plan states that new allotments will be provided at a level proportionate to additional demand. So my question is, given that current demand isn't being met, what action can the council propose to take now to identify land for allotments now? Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Reid. Councillor Poe, would you like to defer to the Leader?
I would please, thank you very much.
Leader.
So neither is Councillor Williams here this evening, who deals with parks and open spaces and allotments. Well, we're dealing with the demand, Lord Mayor, and we will deal with the demand, and I think the allotments department are doing a good job thus far, and the plan is quite clear going forward, which will go before the inspector, and there's still opportunities for representations at that appropriate time to be made. Thank you.
Thank you, Leader. No one else indicated. Councillor Poe, would you like to move? Yep.
Lord Mayor, I move the minutes.
Thank you very much. Now move on to the next item on the agenda, and I'd like to call upon Councillor Wardle to introduce the minutes of the Audit and Governance Committee meeting held on the 27th of November 2024 at agenda item 8, starting on page 51. Councillor Wardle.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'd like to present the minutes of the Audit and Governance Committee
Of the 27th of November 2024 and invite any questions.
Yes, Councillor Moore.
Thank you very much. I would like to ask how the Chair of the Committee intends to ensure that the issues raised by the Auditor are followed through, because they come to the committees and we discuss them, and then sort of that's it. We don't hear updates on how they're progressing at this committee, and it's impossible to put an item on the agenda at this committee. So I would like to know how that will be, how things will be progressed. Thank you.
Yes, Councillor Wardle.
Well, I would have thought that through the following meeting, there's always matters arising. Is that what you're trying to do?
Sorry, look, I would very much welcome there being an item on matters arising in the North agenda.
Leader, would you like to help?
If I can, and if my intervention helps, at the end of the day, Lord Mayor, the Chair works on the agenda with the officers of the Council. There's opportunities for him or any Chair to speak to the officers at the appropriate time, and they will bring the appropriate stuff to the Chair and to the committee. It is not the role of the committee my view, to do the detailed work. They've received the reports, know that they make the observations, any remarks come to the executive, and we should follow that process. Lord Mayor.
Okay. The question has been submitted and answered this evening. I would suggest maybe you speak outside the meeting if you're not 100% happy, Councillor Moore. So let's move on now to the Executive Committee. So I call upon Councillor Bialik as Chair of the Executive to introduce the minutes of the Executive meetings, the first being held, the meeting held on the 5th of November 2024, agenda item 9, starting on page 57. Councillor Bialik.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Minute 112, 113, 114, 115. 116, Housing Residents Vulnerabilities Policy. This was a recommendation which I move.
I second, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Anyone wish to speak on this item? No. We will move to the vote then. All those in favour, please show.
Looks unanimous, Lord Mayor, so that has been carried.
Thank you. Leader.
Minute 117, Housing Domestic Abuse Policy, Lord Mayor, and here there is one recommendation which I move.
I second, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Anyone wish to speak on this item? No. Right, we'll move to the vote. All those in favour, please show.
That's unanimous, Lord Mayor, that has been carried.
Thank you. Leader.
Minute 118, Exeter City Council Housing Services Anti-Social Behaviour Strategy Policy, and here, Lord Mayor, again there's one recommendation which I move.
I second, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. I don't see any hands, so we'll move to the vote. All those in favour, please show.
That's unanimous, Lord Mayor, that has been also been carried.
Thank you. Leader, please continue.
Minute 119, Lord Mayor, Community Grants Programme 25-26, and here, Lord Mayor, there are 6 recommendations which I move and reserve the right to come back on, Lord Mayor.
Second, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Anyone deciding as Councillor Mitchell?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. First is a request of the Leader, and secondly I'd like to move an amendment. The request is, would the Leader consider arranging a members' briefing about extra well-being prior to the determination of the 25-26 budget, as the EEC, as the Council are the accountable body. The last such briefing raised many questions which encompass some of the points outlined on page 59. Also, since the last briefing, there's been a large turnover of councillors, and I'm sure new councillors would welcome such a members' briefing. So that is a request for his consideration. In regard to the recommendations, I'd like to amend slightly the wording on number 6, which is regarding the public consultation, and arises from some of the points made earlier. I would like to amend it to read, get my memory right, my wording, that's 6, and grant delegated authority to the portfolio owner and strategic director to carry out a public consultation with residents on the use of the neighbourhood portion of the sill beyond 26-27, following what is there at the moment, including funding, extra well-being and the community grants programme. So there can be a wider scale of assessment of community use of the sill with appropriate guidance, obviously from the office, and what people can accept, can put in as a suggestion. All right. No, right. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Because it's only a slight difference in wording, but it does alter the tone of it. Yes. Right. So with residents on the use of the neighbourhood portion of the sill beyond 26-27, which is what is there, including funding Exeter Wellbeing and the community grants programme. At the moment, it appears exclusive to the community grants programme as we actually wellbeing, where it is wellbeing at the moment. We are trying to make it more exclusive and involve other considerations the community may wish to raise for the council to consider appropriate to the guidance that appears in the public consultation. I so move.
Thank you, Councillor Mitchell. Do you have a seconder? Councillor Fulham, put his hand up first. Leader, are you willing to accept that amendment?
Yeah, Lord Mayor, I wasn't struggling, I just wanted to understand. I didn't intend all my English construction questions as to get the point around, but I do get it, and I would say, well, why wouldn't we do that? Yeah, and I feel sure that's what we intended, but if it helps, if it helps, I'm happy to include that with it. And when we say, you mentioned about consult with residents, you said publicly, well, there's no other way of doing it. But yes, we will. I'm happy with all of that. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
And is there a response? Has he given any thought to the item of the members' briefing on extra wellbeing at some stage?
Lord Mayor, if I'm concluding this now,
responding to that question, there is another question that is...
I'll answer that question very quickly. I think demographic services do a very good job with the number of briefings they do, and I sometimes wonder how all councillors keep up. Even I cannot attend them all because so much is going on. You're quite right, with the turnover of councillors and how we elect, we need to brief people properly. Will it be done before the budget set in? I don't know. I will double check with the officers. If we could, we will, but I'm certainly not going to hold up the budget discussions without consulting. As you know, I'm waiting for that to come back, and we will put our proposals for budget for the budget, as indeed I hope the opposition will put a complete budget proposal to the council this year. Thank you.
Councillor Miller-Bowen, you wish to speak?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Yes, I just wanted to share my thanks for officers and the portfolio holder for their continued work on Exeter wellbeing and the community grants programme. The support and services this programme provide are vital, enabling us to continue to support our communities. I don't think we should take it for granted. But I think it's important to recognise that these programmes go hand in hand with our commitment to building homes for residents. The SIL and Section 106 receipts generated from building new homes in our city allow us to give back to our communities. And in Pinhole, we've seen a considerable amount of new homes in the last few years. Not only are these providing vital homes for residents, but some of the money from the Section 106 and SIL receipts have been put towards our new community hub. The 1.2 million is a significant sum towards helping us achieve our aim to build this hub, and previous funding has also supported our new skate park and inclusive play area. Turning to the specific recommendations before us today, I'm really pleased to see the consultation for the future use of the neighbourhood portion of the SIL coming forward. And I would also like to ask the portfolio holder for a bit more detail about when we can expect to see this come forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Miller-Bowen. I also have Councillor Jobson, who would like to join in, that we can take those points together. So, Councillor Jobson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have a further proposed amendment to Minute 119, and that there be an additional recommendation to read: Citizens' Advice provides a valuable and irreplaceable service to many thousands of vulnerable people in Exeter, which service contributes to their well-being. When allocating the neighbourhood portion of SIL, sufficient resources should be made available to Citizens' Advice to enable them to continue to provide that service. Bearing in mind what Councillor Vizard said a moment ago, I've looked at the regulation, and the SIL money can be spent on addressing demands that development places on an area. Now, it may need that if money is made available by Exeter City Council, that it would need to be on a contractual basis as to what it can be spent on. But certainly, some of the work, much of the work done by Citizens' Advice falls within that definition. Thank you.
Do you have a seconder for that amendment? Thank you. Leader, are you willing to accept that?
No, Lord Mayor, because what's being proposed here is for public effect, obviously, and I get that. The politicians and So what I would suggest, and why my group will not support this additional recommendation, what I suggest is that the Conservative group come forward with their proposals on the budget, which will include this, to tell us how it's going to be funded, bearing in mind we are required, legally required as a council to have a balanced budget when we submit in February. I look forward to that meeting, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Leader. Do we have any further speakers on this additional recommendation amendment? No, can't see anyone, so I'll move to a vote on that. So all those in favour, please show the additional recommendation. Those against?
It's 15 against, Lord Mayor. That has not been carried.
That has not been carried, so we'll revert back to the original recommendation. Any other questions or speakers? Yes, Councillor.
Original recommendation as amended.
Yes, as amended, correct. So I don't think Councillor Miller-Bowen's point has been answered yet, so we've moved on to an additional. So Councillor Vizard, would you like to respond?
Thank you very much. I'll take, hopefully that, I'll hopefully answer it in what I'll say generally, but remind me if I don't. I think it's worth saying, and I agree with the Leader, there's no issue with us accepting that amendment from Councillor Mitchell. I think the intentions are clear, and I think the reason why reference is explicitly made to wellbeing Exeter and upper program is that's the status quo. So I think that has to be the current. That's what we're taking forward, partly to consult upon, but the consultation will certainly be wide-ranging, as I mentioned earlier, and all parties encouraged to take part, stakeholders, organisations, and public alike. And the details of the exact terms of the consultation haven't yet been thought through fully, but it is likely that that will be a two-stage process. The first stage being that wide engagement process to get feedback from the councillors. Been using the neighbourhood SIL. The outcomes from this process, following further engagement with councillors, would then lead to a final formal consultation on proposals for future spending priorities within the for the neighbourhood SIL. So it's a lengthy and full engagement process. I completely agree with what Councillor Miller said about how we generate neighbourhood SIL, and it does come from developments in the city. Difficult at times though that can be, this is one of the impacts and ways that we can deal with the impact indeed on our communities and give back. And it's worth noting that the ward grants we've been able to offer come out of that as well, and £50,000 for city grants and £39,000 for ward grants across the city are not insignificant, and I know are extremely highly valued, and the uptake is high amongst our community groups, so that is extremely welcome. And I think Councillor Miller's point is around the consultation and timing for and when it's coming forward, which we're hopeful around about the middle of next year. So I don't want to be held to particular dates at the moment because there's a bit of work to be done, but I'm in consultation with officers. It'll be well within the next year anyway. So, as I say, it's probably a two-stage process, but there's still some work to be done on that to think that through. But that will be clarified, and members will hear about that in due course. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Vizard. No other members are indicating. So, Leader, would you like to sum up on the debate on the recommendation as amended?
Thank you. Yes, certainly as amended, we welcome that, and I'm happy to work together on that. In winding this up and the contributions that have been made, Lord Mayor, we need to remind ourselves the Community Grants Programme and what we've done since this was introduced since 2019 or 2018 even, and the amount of money that we've put into it. So it's easy to cherry pick out the one line and even compare us to other authorities on issued things, but compare us on the total package on what we deal with on the neighbourhood SIL and how we do it, and it's very important. And I know we've not agreed that recommendation, but I do hope that Councillor Johnson uses her influence within the Conservative Party to remind the Devon County Council Authority, who withdrew all their wellbeing funding, whereas the Exeter City Council continued to do it. So, you know, when you're throwing stuff this direction, can you divert a little bit that way to people in your own party who you may have a bit of influence? Lord Mayor, I move the recommendations.
Thank you, Leader. We'll now move to the vote. All those in favour of the recommendation as amended, please show.
That's 26 in favour, Lord Mayor.
All those against?
3 against, Lord Mayor.
This is clearly carried.
I carried out as amended, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Leader, please continue.
At minute 120, Lord Mayor, the final report of the Devon Housing Commission has one recommendation, which I move.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Moore first, then Councillor Mitchell.
Thank you very much. This Housing Commission report is really interesting to read. It sets out the nature and the depth of the crisis in relation to housing in the city. And I'd like to know from the leader what he might be doing in terms of promoting community land trusts, community-owned homes in the city, which can provide very effectively affordable housing in perpetuity. And I'd like to know in terms of the role that he'll be having on the housing group. Will he be promoting priority of getting more affordable homes, or the priority of just building homes regardless of whether they're affordable or not, which is the priority set out in the local plan?
Councillor Mitchell, and do it together. Councillor Mitchell.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. As I said, we all welcome this report. Our concern about is when a report stops gathering dust on a shelf, it becomes a form of action that leads to action on the ground so that people are getting housed in Devon. So I'm somewhat concerned that yet again we are noting a report because in this report there were distinct recommendations for existing district councils, as long as they're still around, to carry out in relation to housing. And I did raise this point in the executive that we as an authority, particularly one with a large housing stock of our own, should be looking at implementing those recommendations. If we support the report, let's support the recommendations in regard to actions by district councils. Let's carry them out. So I'd like to know from the leader when we can expect some report back to the council or to the executive on the implementation by Exeter City Council in regard to the district council recommendations within the commission report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mitchell. No one has indicated. Leader, would you like to respond?
Yes, thank you. Again, Lord Mayor, we have to understand that we are noting, we're not being asked to do anything tonight. The report has come. It was very important. It was work commissioned by all the Devon districts, together with the county. Lord Best chaired it. We went round, they took a number of consultations, met a number of people on the importance of it. The Exeter bit plays an important role. So what are we doing with it? Well, like a lot of these things, only today I was in a meeting, and there'll be a report of that meeting at some stage, of which a group of stakeholders I was talking to, and about what the Housing Commission means for us and how we deal with it. And of course, well, I'm pleased to say that it will come on further through the Team Devon for as long, and that's where we are today. And that's what I'm working with, within the new Team Devon Joint Committee and the housing that I was still with. But of course, that housing committee or advisory group will not be saying, we're going to build those there, we're going to build this there, and it'll be this, and it'll be, it's more of a strategic view, working with our partners across the county, because we have to do that. So it is forming, but as I said, we only had today, I was talking to partners on how we are going to deliver some of this. And remember, they're only recommendations. We will decide as a council what we can or can't do within that, Lord Mayor. As to prioritising affordable social act, of course, that is what we will need to do. But we've got to remember, sadly at this moment in time, still, and I still have hope that things will change, that Sadly, the only way affordable housing comes through on private developments is through 106 agreements. And we did, or the planning committee actually approved one only last night, which is actually standing by its 35%. Amazed. And it's sustainable. And that's what we've got to try to ensure. And I'm pleased that the planning team, Lord Mayor, worked very, very hard to bring forward good developments to make sure that the affordable and social housing comes forward. That is a priority for us. That's what we've done. And there is a change which came out of the discussion this morning in the way the construction industry is going. A lot of developers, they're actually encouraging to flip a lot of developments to affordable and social housing because that market's not there for them. And so there's opportunities. We're taking those. So it's all in the big mix. Very important affordable homes. And I'll just say, and I'll just, on this point, in moving the recommendation, I again wax lyrical about my two daughters who continually say to me, so you're living in rented authority, so you're the leader of the council, what are you doing about getting affordable housing for me, my children and people like us? So, I know you're giving me a hard time, but you cannot give me a harder time than my two daughters do on the housing situation in Exeter. Thank you.
Thank you, Leader. We'll now move to the vote on this item. So all those in favour of the recommendation?
Looks unanimous, Lord Mayor, so that has been carried.
Excellent. Thank you. I will now call upon Councillor Byron-Leck again as Chair of the Executive to introduce the minutes of the meeting held on the 3rd of December 2024 as agenda item 10, starting on page 64.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Minute 121, minute 122, minute 123, minute 124, members' allowances 25-26. And here, Lord Mayor, there are 7 recommendations. And in moving the recommendations, I'd like to thank again Mr. Phillips and Bryony Holden, who does a lot of work on this as the independent remuneration panel. And as you can see within the recommendations, there will be a review during the course of the year. We'd done a review about 4 or 5 years ago. They wanted to do another review. And so I'm very keen that all councillors, leaders of the other groups, are discussed, and so that we can discuss that. And so that is formed part of these recommendations, Lord Mayor, going forward on how we compensate councillors around this room. Thank you, Lord Mayor. I so move.
Thank you, Leader.
Seconded, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. I believe that you spoke at Executive, Mr. Phillips, but would you like to say a few words at this point?
Thank you. I think we've covered most of the points. Of course,
The announcements yesterday about devolution might affect that review that we'll be doing, but I think we should still go ahead with the full review. We haven't had one in Exeter virtually since COVID, so we would like to look to see what responsibilities have changed and how they might even change in the future.
Thank you very much. Any members? Yes, please, Councillor Moore.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. The presentation was very interesting. One of the things that came up in the discussion at the Executive was the fact that the members' budget was underspent by the end of the year because only one role can be paid for, so we can't get double amount if we do double work. So I'm very mindful of the leaders' comments earlier about a balanced budget and coming up with creative solutions, because we've heard earlier about the potential impact of the loss of funding for the Citizens Advice Euro, and they provide additional services, really support councillors in their work, really, because we have people that we can refer residents onto when dealing with complex cases. Now, the budget for this year is likely, we're expected to be around 23,000 underspent. And so I would like to move an additional recommendation that the underspend on this budget for members' allowances be given as a one-off grant at the end of the year to the Citizens Advice to help them in their transition to a more sustainable funding situation. So it's a one-off opportunity to provide them support as they transition. They have put together a very good business case. It's not for the want of trying to find alternative funds, and I actually feel this is something that we could do, and it's not taking from any other funding, and it's actually an underspend on this budget. So it's likely to be 23,000, it could be less, so the recommendation is to be able to make an award of the grant one-off of the underspend. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Moore. Do you have a seconder for that? Councillor Mitchell. I'm assuming, Leader, you'd...
Well, disappointingly, Lord Mayor, I'm not going to be able to support that. Very important reason. But just as I was sat there and I was thinking that I'm going to speak to the 151 officer and the finance team, because we go through the monitoring reports each quarter. And in those monitoring reports, it tells us overspends and underspends. All right? And there's a lot of underspends. You know, are we now going to start saying, well, that underspend, we're going to take that and start spending that? There's overspend and underspends. And so I think it's very important that we actually put members' allowances in there, whether there's an overspend or an underspend. But why is there an underspend? And I'll tell you why there's an underspend, Lord Mayor. And part of that is because we haven't got, or I haven't asked more member champions, and because I haven't increased the executive to 10. Why haven't I done that? Why haven't I used the budget? I find it, I'm going to use the word optics, I find the optics of this very difficult. How can we revise the SMB team? How can we go and ask other departments across the council to make savings, to find £3.5 million? How can we do that? Meanwhile, I'm sitting in a little protected circle with my budget. Oh, don't touch this budget, because we may want to spend it on something else. So, I want you to understand why I've made some choices, Lord Mayor, in only having the portfolio owners up to 8. It's legally you can have up to 10. And so what the officers must do, they have to put into the budget, and they'll put the same into the budget next year as if I've got 10. They won't say, oh, well, we've only got 8, so who knows what's going to happen in that? Who knows what's going to happen? How many we may decide to have. And so we have to provide it, because that's how budgets work. But I think if you look at the monitoring report, and it's something that I think we should put into the monitoring report so we can track it, just like all the other expenditure. It is an expenditure of the council, and I think we should look at it in that way. But as I say, it's an easy game to play, and I see quite not so many people stood here now, or sat here now. It's an easy thing to say, oh, let's take that underspend and spend it on something and make us look good outside. It's not that easy, if only it was, Lord Mayor. That is why we cannot support that recommendation.
Anyone else like to join the debate? Councillor Mitchell.
Just to add to the conversation, those who attended the scrutiny meeting when this matter was discussed will note in the report from CA on their own business plan and their levels of income, etc., that other local authorities in Devon do contribute to the work in the same way that Exeter did during the current year, and that none of those authorities had expressed the view that they were not going to fund them this coming year. Only Exeter is not funding them this coming year. It is not a medal or a prize I particularly want to mend or enhance. In regard to this budget, it is quite clear at the beginning of the year, once the Cabinet and the annual meeting takes place, you know what the budget is. I am one of those people who technically has 2 allowances. One is leader of a group, and one is deputy chair of scrutiny. I only receive 1. So that is a saving. That is how a saving emerges. In the same way the leader says he can apply X number of people in the executive. If he has fewer, there's a saving there. So this is a known in-year saving. So unless during the year, which I don't think it can be done according to the Constitution, additional people are added on, we know what that saving is. It isn't like common parking, where it can vary up and down, and we can be £500,000 out one plus £500,000 in the next quarter. This is a fixed amount that we know. And as the leader said earlier on, it's up to us to be creative on this side. We've got to go through the accounts. And as he knows, we've got about 5 or 6 days to go through the whole budget and put an alternative budget through. check it with the finance officer to make sure it balances. So this is just a start, we would hope, of a creative solution to a temporary problem that will help the people of Exeter, and most of all those in need in Exeter. So that's all that support this recommendation.
Anyone else? Yes, Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Speaking against the recommendation for all the reasons that the leader has picked up, but also I just want to disagree with something that you said there, that you know in May what your budget's going to be for all of your councillor allowances. That's not necessarily the case. Yes, you are the leader of the group and the chair of scrutiny at the moment, but that could change. Your group could decide tomorrow that they've got no confidence in you and they want to appoint Adrian. Yeah, I know it's not likely.
I can cross it, yes. Yes, I can cross the floor, yes.
Yes, we know that politically anything could happen. So then there would be two separate people doing the job that one person is doing at the moment. So then we would be mucked up if we spent that budget on something else. You'd have to do it for nothing. So, and there are also other considerations. Yeah, there are things that haven't been put in place this year, but we might want to put in place next year, as the leader has said about his own executive, about member champions as well. So I'm disagreeing with that point that we know in May that everything's going to be the same. So I'm not supporting it. And also, point of order, when you're talking about stuff, you should be addressing the Lord Mayor. Not the ordinance.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Bizat and Councillor Wood.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I shall address you. That's a good reminder. Thank you, Councillor Wright. I completely agree with what's been said on this side, in particular by the leader. I'm not sure it's great economic management to be cherry-picking underspends and moving them around in year. That's not the way it works. So I'd be very wary of that. It's also, as we know, that is not going to resolve the issues that citizens advice face. And it's also not true to say it's a temporary problem, it's an ongoing problem. So any solution to citizens' advice that we might want to come up with needs to be an ongoing one. I think I don't want to be handing yet another, being in the same position next year. So, let's absolutely keep our discussion alive on that front. But there are going to be difficult decisions around budget setting in any case. So we have to throw that into the mix, as we've already heard. So neighbourhood still can't be applied. We're waiting for consultation on that. Therefore, it comes from revenue grant, and there are a lot of pressures there, as members will discover. So I just wanted to feed that in. Thank you.
Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I think one of the things I would point out is that the adjustment of budgets and savings and allocation of grants, etc., is a process of budget setting. And this is not what this meeting is looking at, it's not what this paper is about. If there is the opportunity to find some funding, then by all means include that in an amendment to budget, proposing your own budgets at the appropriate time. But I don't think this is the right time or place for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wood. No other hands. So, Councillor Moore, would you like to respond to the points that have been made on your additional recommendation?
Thank you. Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'd just like to be very clear that my amendment is to allocate this year's in-year underspend, which is up to £23,000 to the Citizens Advice Bureau as a one-off in-year grant to help them transition. Now, I'm very interested to hear the portfolio holders talk about how budgets are managed. Of course, we, throughout the year, get amendments to the budget and we get alterations to how the budget underspends are made. And so this is a perfectly appropriate suggestion to make, I would suggest. And it is a sadness, actually, that the way that the council gets to its end of year without busting its budget is relying on those underspends and the non-appointment of staff and the non-fixing of things that need to be fixed. So I realise the importance of underspends, but given the amount of support that the Citizens Advice Bureau offers to the citizens of Exeter, I think this is a very small piece of assistance that we can give to them to continue to help other residents of Exeter. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Moore. I will now move to the vote on the additional recommendations. So all those in favour, please show.
That's 10 in favour, Lord Mayor.
All those against?
16 against, Lord Mayor.
Abstentions?
4 abstentions, Lord Mayor. So that has not been carried.
It's been lost. Anyone wish to speak on the original recommendation? Leader?
Just to say, I now move the recommendations unamended, and I feel sure there will be many other opportunities of which we will hear the former topic raised on many more occasions. Well done.
Thank you, Leader. We'll move to the vote on the recommendations. All those in favour, please show.
It's unanimous, Lord Mayor. So it has been carried.
Thank you. Leader, please continue.
Recommendation 125, review of the polling districts and polling places within Exeter City Council area, Lord Mayor. And here there are 3 recommendations which I move. 3 recommendations, yes, sorry.
Seconded, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. I don't see any hands on this item, so I'll move to the vote. All those in favour, please show. That looks unanimous.
That's unanimous, Lord Mayor. So it has been carried.
Excellent. Leader, please continue.
The item 126, review of the corporate risk register. This is a resolved matter, Lord Mayor.
I see no hands for questions, so please continue.
127, overview of the general fund revenue budget 25-26, quarter 2, Lord Mayor. There are 5 recommendations here, Lord Mayor, and just to remind that item 2 referred to the budget transfers as detailed in 8.9 of the appendix 3 of the report. That's the key recommendation, Lord Mayor. I move.
Seconded, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. No hands, so I'll move to the vote. All those in favour, please show.
Right, so is that, do I see that? Sorry, no, start again, Lord Mayor, sorry.
Of course. Please raise your hands nice and high.
In favour, Lord Mayor.
Any against? Any abstentions?
4 abstentions, Lord Mayor. So that has been carried.
Leader?
128, 24-25 General Fund Capital Monitoring Statement, quarter 2, 2 recommendations. Again, there's a paragraph which details the report. I move, Lord Mayor.
I second, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. No hands. Oh, yes, Councillor Reid.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Thank you. Lord Mayor, the Leader has advised me that he's requested the preparation of a risk-rated plan with respect to all the city's assets, including heritage assets, such as the National Monument that is the City Wall. So, of course, we look forward to hearing more about that, Lord Mayor. My question is, because the City Wall is a national monument, I hope that we're taking a stitch-in-time saves 9 approach, because we do have to mend it, we do have to pay for the repairs. So I hope that we have a process whereby we are ensuring that we set aside enough money to pay for those before things get worse. So does the Leader think that there is enough set aside in the budget for the annual capital programme for all the urgent repairs of the City Wall to be carried out before the next quinquennial review, Lord Mayor? And if not, when can we hope for news on the quick wins as identified by the city's senior archaeologists? Thank you.
Thank you. No one else? The Leader.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. The City Wall, like all other monuments in Exeter, are very important to us, and the team are working very hard. Councillor Reid has written to me over the weekend, and I've given back, and I've got you an answer this afternoon. I haven't got that answer, but I'm hoping that answer. And what I can say is, we've appointed will be starting very soon. I'm very pleased. He's nearly say he's got to come off the wall one way or the other. And I think he will look at all of this. The team's got a lot more to do than just the wall, and it's not just the wall, there's other things. So I need to assure Councillor Reid that I know you've been quite prominent in talking about the wall, but many of us, indeed all of us, care about the assets of the city, and we all want to see them maintained. But, you know, sorry, I'm not talking about the budget already. You know what the key factor is on all of that is not just the money, but sometimes getting the specialists, because the specialists just can't let me up there with a bucket load of bricks and muck and start, you know, it's a specialist job doing all of that, and getting those people isn't as easy as we think. So I'm quite hopeful. You've had your answer this afternoon in an email that the directors and that team will be managed fantastically, and I think you will see a different approach to things going forward next year.
Thank you, Leader. We'll move to the vote. All those in favour, please show.
23 in favour, Lord Mayor.
Those against?
1 against, Lord Mayor.
And abstentions?
5 abstentions, Lord Mayor, so that has been carried.
Carried, Leader.
Minute 129, 24-25 HRA Budget Monitoring Report, second quarter. Here there are 2 recommendations, which I move, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Moore.
Thank you. At the meeting we heard about the state of the budget in relation to council house repairs. Does the Leader have any update or portfolio holder on the state of that budget now? Thank you.
Lord Mayor, unless the Councillor Asvashin has got further details, whereas obviously I'm the Leader, I do get to know all these things. I wasn't expecting a report, an update or whatever, but I feel sure Councillor Asvashin will look at this and making sure that we're travelling in the right direction, because indeed that is one of the responsibilities of the portfolio, but she may be able to add a little bit to that, Lord Mayor.
I'm very sorry, I didn't hear the question.
Okay, would you like to repeat, Councillor Moore?
Thank you. At the executive meeting, address to council. At the executive meeting, we heard about the repairs budget and being likely to be over budget and the risk of of the over budget. So, have you got any update for tonight's meeting on the state of that budget now and the ability to meet the demand for repairs by the end of the year?
I don't unfortunately have any figures in front of me tonight, but I will get a written response to you as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Asvashin. We'll now move to the vote on this item. All those in favour, please show.
22 in favour, Lord Mayor.
Those against? Any abstentions?
That's 7 abstentions, Lord Mayor, so that has been carried.
Leader.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Minute 130, Treasury Management 24-25 half-yearly update. And there's been a proposed amendment from Councillor Reid, which I can tell this is something you'll be able to vote for, but I'm happy to include that. It makes sense, and actually the clue is also in the title of the minute half-yearly update. So, yeah, we need to repeat it in there, Lord Mayor, but the clue is in the title, half-yearly update. Thank you, but I'm happy for that to go through. It was Councillor Reid asked me to consider at the end, and makes provision for the policy to be reviewed biannually. But as I said, yeah, hence the half-yearly update.
Councillor Reid.
Thank you so much, Lord Mayor. Thank you so much for that, Leader. I just had one additional question. Also, firstly to say this is a very, very welcome step, so thank you so much for this. And then my question is, will the Leader undertake to ensure that the account with Barclays is permanently closed? Thank you.
Leader.
I will speak to the 151 officer, and I feel a a bit embarrassed because I got an old Hartley card in my man drawer at home, and I don't know whether I've got rid of that one. I better get rid of it, but don't use it. You'll be pleased to know. I'll ask the question as to this is an operational matter. That the office, it's not a political matter. They've addressed the political issue that we withdraw our funds, and that's been done, Lord Mayor. I leave it to the officers. I don't know if it can help. I don't think there's anything else. Hopefully I've answered it enough. I'll cut up my card and send you a picture.
We'll move on to the vote. I think that's that. So all those in favour, please show. As amended, yes. Looks unanimous.
Yes, that's unanimous, Lord Mayor. That has been carried.
Leader?
Minute 131, Lord Mayor, system point update, and I believe Councillor Harding wishes to ask a question on this. However, having said that, please resolve that, yes.
So I have Councillor Harding and then Councillor Palmer, who both indicate. So Councillor Harding first. Yeah.
Thank you. I note in the report here it says that the leader advises that the council will be talking to communities, and I wondered if it was decided how this will be done, whether it will be by way of a consultation or whether it might be ward exhibitions, or what the plan was for that, please. Thank you.
Councillor Palmer first.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask actually what support we're providing to the independent traders on Paris Street who face a really uncertain future, having really invested in regenerating the area themselves.
And Councillor Wedgwood.
It's very welcome that the council has moved to talking about consultation on this site, although we think it isn't clear, and Councillor Harvey's highlighted that issue. Does the leader agree that just talking about consultation on a site of this sensitivity and complexity isn't enough? Wouldn't it be better to talk about setting up some kind of stakeholder forum for the site, comprising NGOs and local traders? Because this report merely says that officers and potential development partners, meaning, you know, the big money people. But it seems to me there's a really big opportunity there's already such strong interest from local stakeholders, and that includes a wide mix of, you know, social enterprises, NGOs and so on. I think some kind of stakeholder forum for that site would be very valuable for the council, because it would give you someone to go and talk to in a kind of sustained way. We all know that site is very difficult. We know people are not hanging around waiting to put millions of pounds into it tomorrow. This is a long-term game. It's a great opportunity to engage with stakeholders. So my question is, what does the leader think about the idea of setting up some kind of stakeholder forum for the City Point site? Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Wettenall. No further questions. Can see leader.
Lord Mayor, I first of all, about the support in Paris Street. I mean, most of those leases are with whoever's got it now, not Luvine who's got it. However, we have supported a number of those independents that have gone in. Some of those charity, they qualify for business rates relief. But no, as a direct support, the answer is no, we don't do that directly. However, what we'll be working with on the development coming forward. So the last question about engaging stakeholders and consultation, it's almost the same sort of thing, effectively. So I know we're all desperate, or I certainly am, to see something happen there, to see something happen. It's just been knocked down at the moment, and it's been like it for a number of years. And when we start talking about stakeholder forums and all these people, remember please that when we brought plans forward 5 or 6 years ago, we were looking at then in the region of £350 million to develop that site. £350 million. So I'm not sure a lot of independents have got that sort of stuff. The reality of it is, we have to find partners. We just have to, otherwise we'll be looking at that forever and a day. Now, there's some things, that, and I know you've got to suck with these people with a long spoon sometimes, but you have to talk to them. So in talking to them, remember, majority of that site belongs to the council, so we are in a position to have some influence in all of it. So, will we be consulting at some stage? Well, look, let's just look at what we're being asked them to do. We've charged the officers to go away and to come back early next year with their proposals. Those proposals, I'm not saying to them, get on with it. They will bring those proposals back. We will look at it. It will, when we come to the executive and here, I feel sure, I know so, that we will be saying that we want to talk to businesses. We want to talk to the communities. But it has to be sequential in the right order, okay? Because I can have a meeting tomorrow and say to people, what would you like to see? And I have a wish list of all sorts of stuff which I would suggest we most probably wouldn't be able to deliver. So we've got to find out first what is the art of the possible with any development coming forward within the master plan that was there before, and this report is trying to set that out. So what I can assure you, Councillor Harding and Councillor Wensenall, that at the appropriate time it will come to council, there will be a programme of how we use it. Don't forget, we've got a consultation charter in this city. We will use that consultation charter. We will even go better than that if we need to. And on such an important site as the city centre, which will be around for a long, long time, hopefully, we need to get it right. So that is the intention. I haven't given a yes to that. Sorry, I'm not going to give a yes to that. I'm waiting for the officers to come back. It'll come to executive, it'll come to council, and hopefully in any of that proposal, in that we'll talk about how we will consult and how we can get the best ideas possible for that site for our city. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Leader. Would you like to continue with minute 132?
Sorry. Lord Mayor, I've got minute 132, and I've been advised by Councillor Darling that she intends to ask me 2 questions on this minute. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Darling first, and I've got Councillor Jobson.
There are 2 related questions, Lord Mayor. We know that the draft National Planning Policy Framework identifies 3 types of site for housing development: green belt, grey belt and brownfield sites. Can you explain the differences between these types of sites and the impact they may have in Exeter? And the Exeter plan stipulates that social housing allocation in Exeter will be developing 35% greenfield sites and 15% brownfield sites. Why is this?
Lee, do you want to take these first?
Yes, it may help the discussion, because what I didn't mention was the fact that there's 3 resolved items and 2 recommendations which will go into the debate, so this may help councillors on both sides. So to the question about the MPPF, brownfield, grey belt, green belt, and this isn't a doodle thing, by the way, but the updated National Planning Policy Framework was released last Thursday, the 12th of December. It refers to different categories of land. Green belt is highly protected land, which is defined to prevent urban sprawl by keeping land permanently open. Exeter does not have a green belt. Grey belt is a newly defined type of land which is within a green belt but is of lower environmental quality. For example, an area of hard standing. Because Exeter does not have any green belt, it follows that it also has no grey belt. Brownfield sites are those that have been developed previously by buildings or other development. Government and the emerging Exeter plan policy prioritises the majority of development on brownfield land. In reply to the second question, Lord Mayor, about the 35% and the 15% which is in the plan, why is this? Policies in the Exeter plan have been based on appropriate evidence to have been practically deliverable. Factors which are tested by an independent examination, the affordable housing policy in the draft Exeter plan includes a requirement of 35 affordable housing on greenfield sites and 15% on brownfield sites. This reflects evidence in the local housing needs assessment and viability appraisal. I would ask Lord Mayor, although I feel sure it will be repeated, I was asked the question also last Thursday at the scrutiny meeting, which I believe I gave an answer to, but happy to clarify any other points further in the debate on the two recommendations as opposed to the three resolved items.
Councillor Johnson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. It's with regret that I feel unable to support the recommendations. I am well aware that the planning team responsible have gone to great lengths to produce a detailed document, which in many places is a very good document. It's not their fault that the goalposts have so recently been moved. However, they have, and I take the view that our Exeter plan should be properly compliant with the NPPF, and that means, in my view, alterations need to be made. I'll highlight just three specific areas this evening, two of which relate to the changes to the NPPF and one of which is more local. Housing targets, the proportion of affordable social housing to which Councillor Darling has already referred on brownfield sites, and locally the lack of use of the term community balance within the local plan. The housing targets, our draft plan is based on the old NPPF figures of 642 per annum. These have now been increased to 815 per annum. It seems odd that we will have a plan going for examination which is out of date and, if approved, will remain out of date. I'm concerned that in the event of a planning application by a developer being turned down by a planning committee and then going to appeal, that the decision of an inspector may look at the new figures and look at the tilted balance style argument. Members will remember that argument cost us a number of appeals when we lacked the relevant housing land supply. Exeter has in the past struggled to achieve the necessary 5-year housing land supply, and there are threats in the new proposals that if councils don't fall into line, this may be increased to 6 years. Planning review indicates that older plans, which will still be in place from July 26 onwards, have to be adjusted to show a 6-year supply rather than 5. I'm not sure from what I've read so far whether our new plan will be deemed to be an older plan because the housing targets are not in line with the NPPF. It's right that the strategy should be brownfield first. However, developers must understand that they have an obligation to assist in the provision of affordable and social housing. They will always say it's not viable, but they usually manage to provide at a reasonable level. We know that it is at the affordable and social rent levels where is the greatest housing need. It's therefore inexplicable that for brownfield developments the target has been reduced to 15%. It's wholly inadequate. It's not in line with the aims of the new PPF, and again I believe could cause problems when it comes to planning appeals in the future on non-brownfield sites. The current government has shown that they have scant regard for the integrity of green fields. Finally, there is the more local issue of community balance. These words do not now appear in our draft local plan. It is not clear why not, and it is, in my view, an issue. While certainly those who worked on the St James neighbourhood plan, which is, after all, the only neighbourhood plan in Exeter, they have struggled over the years with the interpretation of the words, as there were no percentages given as to what community balance meant. A recent inspector's decision used the term community balance and supported the neighbourhood plan in support of his ruling in dismissing an appeal. It's a shame that this has happened to such an important document for Exeter. I'd have liked to have supported the case for the current plan to go to examination, but I am drawn to the view that the risks are too great. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Johnson. I have Councillor Bennett and Councillor Mitchell. Is there anyone else?
implementation of the new updated NPPF and new housing targets that the Exeter plan won't be out of date before it is adopted, enabling developers to appeal while they continue to phase, i.e. land bank their developments? And is the leader confident that the new housing target of, as Councillor Jobson says, around 800 homes a year can be reached? Just to note that in between the years of 21 and 2024, where we required 627 houses to be built, around 577 per annum were built.
Councillor Mitchell.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I could actually give the answer the leader will be giving, I expect, in relation to the letter from the Minister about those local authorities whose plan is at the stage of Regulation 19 and the requirement of carrying forward in its status, but I'll leave him to cover that. In the light of the recent government's decision, we could consider that this plan in front of us is the most well-developed, expensive neighbourhood plan in existence. I would like to thank the officers involved in the construction of this final version of the plan, their hard work and endeavours regarding particular public consultation. As we are all aware, there is a legal process to follow regarding the submission of a local plan. The plan and its policies it's contained once approved after public consultation will provide a route map for the development of Exeter for years to come. Those elected in future and those here tonight who will remain continuous councillors in whatever forum, should we say, will be governed by their planning decisions by the content of the approved local plan. In 2022, the Programme Scrutiny Board of this council agreed a proposal to scrutinise the process and the content of the local plan. This, I believe, would enable members both to have an input into the process, but also question and assess recommendations and changes being suggested in the evolving plan. We are aware that the plan must be evidence-based, and this would provide a crucial test for any changes or amendments that were proposed. So that when the final plan draft was submitted, as we are this evening, we could all say that even if there were elements that we were concerned about, in the same way that I'm concerned in the same way with Councillor Jobson about some of these issues, individual members could not say they did not have opportunity to use the democratic process to bring about change. My concern about the process of scrutiny that has or hasn't taken place is that it totally failed to live up to those expectations. Members had an initial presentation about the overriding principles of the plan, lengthy presentations followed about the public consultation process, and finally a discussion took place about the final stages of the process. At no stage have the contents as a complete local plan been discussed at a scrutiny meeting. No vote has ever taken place on any element of this final draft. We are sending on its way tonight. No recommendation has ever been made from scrutiny to the executive regarding any element of the plan. Eventually, it was agreed that chapters of the emerging plan would be discussed at Planning Member Working Group, and that non-members be invited to attend. I, with several others, attended all these meetings, where again we discussed elements of the proposals at that stage. No motion, recommendations, amendments were moved from Planning Member Working Group, and no votes were ever taken, as the role of Planning Member Group is not deliberative, it is a discussion forum. On the 31st of October, at the Chair's briefing for the forthcoming scrutiny meeting, the Chair and I were informed at that stage that the final draft, the document that was presented to the Executive, it's different set of photographs on it than the last one, there we are. The final draft of the local plan would not be presented to the scrutiny meeting on the 14th of November, as it didn't currently exist as a final document. Therefore, the report to scrutiny on the 14th would yet again relate to the last stage of the legal process. At the scrutiny meeting on the 14th of November, it became clear that a brief window did exist for members to scrutinise the final draft of the local plan and make recommendations to the executive prior to its agreement to move it to the next stage of the process, Regulation 19. At this stage, no one was aware of the content of the final draft report. We were unaware of any changes that had taken place since the first draft was produced. The final draft was only available to members on the 27th of November, when it formed a part of the pack for the executive meeting on the 3rd of December. Sadly, 6 members of the scrutiny committee, all from the Labour Party, voted down the only opportunity any member of this council has had to scrutinise the contents of the final draft of the local plan. On the pretext, the argument put forward by those who opposed scrutinising the only opportunity members would have to consider the final draft was it had been discussed ad nauseum in the past, in effect, when clearly, as I've outlined, the final draft wasn't even available until the 27th of November. So we couldn't meet and discuss until after the 27th and needed a meeting before the executive on the 3rd. They voted down. Yes, I do trust officers to carry out their duties, because this was another argument. Leave the officers, trust the officers. Yes, I trust them. I understand they have delegated powers that officers hold. But officers advise and members decide. That is a part of our process. I think it's called local democracy. There has been no member determination in regard to the contents of this final draft of the local plan. As the leader said at the executive, my fingerprints are not all over this. In some ways, I wish they were. I could then argue with the man about his fingerprints, or the style of them, or his nail varnish. There are elements of the final plan which none of us would disagree with. But there are elements that deserve further examination. And I think Councillor Johnson and others, Councillor Darling already mentioned ones that deserve further consideration. But that now cannot take place, because we know there's the accelerated timescale and we're at Regulation 19. As a member who has concerns about some of the contents, I now have to lodge comments under the Regulation 19 consultation process and prepare and submit evidence that can be used in a public examination. So those of us who want further inquiry are being forced to go to a public examination to challenge our own council, because we haven't been able to have a process where we could challenge in the formation of the document. By contrast, this process that we have followed contrasts sadly with what is happening in East Devon District Council, a neighbouring authority, where members are involved in debates and votes about the content of their plan. Over the weekend, you may have noticed on the BBC News, it was reported that councils have removed a housing site in Budley Salterton. It's a very odd place to have it on. Actually, took a photograph from the plan, following a vote by members. Their portfolio holder for planning has pointed out to me the hours and hours he has spent with members discussing and agreeing the content of their plan. At least, if it was a neighbourhood plan, I could not raise any of these concerns, as the final stage of agreeing a neighbourhood plan is you must hold a local referendum and seek endorsement for the content of the proposal. I believe they call that direct democracy. As a member of this council, I have accountability to those I represent. I make decisions on their behalf and what I consider to be in the best interests of the city. They can hold me to account for those decisions. Sadly, in regard to the Exeter local plan, I feel we as councillors have been relegated to the role of mere consultees.
Thank you, Councillor Mitchell. I have 2 further speakers at the moment, Councillor Moore and then Councillor Palmer. So Councillor Moore first.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I won't comment further on the lack of political oversight. But I'd like to talk about the local plan being a technical exercise, which we've been talked about. And obviously we do have a team of great technical expertise, for which I'm grateful. The plan, of course, should be a structured set of policies, and all Some are technical and some are political. Making decisions is, despite however many times we're told to the contrary, what our residents have sent us here and expect us to do, to make decisions, guided by the advice of our technical experts and technical information. And we need to make decisions in the best interest of our communities and the environment. I must say there are certainly approaches and elements to welcome in this plan. However, points that may have been made this evening show that there is a need for clarity and interpretation to the policies in this final draft plan, and that there are real choices and decisions to be made on technical matters. So rather than Christmas presents, we are being presented with a whole set of problems which are resulting from a lack of political decisions. In the last draft, which we saw last Christmas, affordable housing was 35%, including on brownfield sites. A choice was made to reduce the affordable housing requirement to 15% on brownfield site. Who made that decision? Last time the last council meeting I think it was, the leader called this plan the People's Plan, but I can't imagine a call for fewer affordable homes being the top of any resident's Christmas list, or indeed a commonplace feedback form. It is a choice for the affordable housing policy to be a mixture of first homes and affordable homes to be provided by a registered provider. Who decided that the council, as a provider of truly affordable homes, isn't front and centre of that affordable homes policy, only being limited to the council house strategy and its targets of 500 homes by 2030, halfway through the plan's life? On the whole, I welcome the brownfield site approach first. That makes a lot of sense, but I remain concerned that 2 blocks of council housing, Southgate and Watergate, still remain on the brownfield register, and if those are developed, then that would further diminish the number of council homes. It is also a choice to say that housing on windfall sites, such as gardens within the urban boundary, will be supported. Who decided that? And that's just the section on housing. Last week, the Deputy Prime Minister, Angela Rayner, wrote in the Sunday Times, "Councils must play their full part in getting spades in the ground, because we must all do our bit to build the homes we need. We will overhaul local planning committees, allow planning officers to make more decisions to speed up the approvals process." I would argue that it's actually not planning officers or planning committees. It's not communities or councils that are holding up the provisions of homes through deliberative democracy. It's actually developers. Maybe the leader might have a chat with Ms Rayner and let her know that the plan here clearly sets out that we already have 5,289 homes from existing planning consents that are not yet built out or complete. So it's developers who are holding up this process. So we're not here to make decisions on the plan tonight, and the councillors of the future, as my colleague has pointed out, will be living with that non-decision for years. Given the efforts made by the ruling Labour group at the very beginning to promote and encourage buy-in to the Liverpool-Exeter principles, it rather reminds me of a football sponsor who's paid for the club's branding in the hope that it will send the club to the top of the league, only to find that the tactics employed by the management have resulted in a series of own goals.
And finally, Councillor Palmer.
Thank you. Obviously, I'm not going to support this. I've been quite vocal that I'm not, but I really want to, now I've actually had the opportunity to read through. Firstly, I'm grateful to you actually for your transparency on co-living. We finally now know that students can indeed live in co-living, as we said they could all along, and that if the co-living development doesn't quite work out, which we know it doesn't because nobody can afford to live in them, that it could indeed be turned into a PBSA. So exactly all the things that we told you, quite some time ago could happen, you've at least told us will happen now in these new developments. Build to rent is also a lovely buzzword. In theory, build to rent could be a brilliant...
Sorry to interrupt, Councillor Palmer. Can you direct your comments to me?
Sorry, I've actually got a really bad cough. I'm actually just trying to keep my head down if that's okay. Sorry.
Direct this way.
Build to rent is a lovely idea in theory. Actually, in practice, if we do our homework, most build to rent units have been found again to be completely and utterly unaffordable. So something that really needs addressing. I think the thing that I really want to raise with you today, and I'm raising this to you as somebody with lived experience, was my absolute horror at the supported living section. So I'm just going to read you. So it sounds great to start with, you know, that we recognise that we don't have enough supported living and that there is a massive need going forward for supported living. Great to see that. And obviously, when we think about supported living, those are our most vulnerable people. Vulnerable children, looked after children, vulnerable adults, adults with mental, physical health needs, homeless adults. All was going really well. And then I saw this, and I actually had to read this 4 or 5 times because I couldn't quite believe it was there. And it says that supported housing will be supported if it doesn't result in unacceptable harm to the amenity of neighbouring residents. I'm going to just read that to you again, because like I said, I had to read that quite a few times. So it will be supported if it doesn't result in unacceptable harm to the amenity of neighbouring residents. Now, I spent my entire childhood in the care system being told by adults that I wasn't wanted and I wasn't welcome. And actually seeing that written down on here in our plan, that's actually really, really, really concerning. I also suspect it might be in breach of our public sector equalities duty. Let me just remind you of what that is. So that's about eliminating discrimination, and that is around preventing unlawful discrimination, harassment and victimisation. It's about advancing equality. So it should be about promoting equality of opportunity between people with and without protected characteristics. It should be about fostering good relations. So it should be about bringing communities together. It should be about saying, you know, that if you have a protected characteristic and that you need supported housing, that you should be welcomed into a community. And really importantly, it must meet the needs of protected groups. So I'm afraid I can't support that. I'm actually quite horrified. I would really like to better understand what drove somebody to write that particular statement in our policy. Thank you.
Leader, would you like to sum up on the debate?
Yes, thank you. And yes, I'm concerned that Councillor Palmer's life experiences, and I understand to a certain degree, as many of us have had, not dissimilar experiences. As for that particular thing, as you know, as I said, I'm not the author of every line. I'll ask that question. To be brutally honest. But I feel sure there's some reason, some evidence, but that's what I'm hoping that I will find out. As for coaching and students and all that sort of stuff, I think it's all within it. And about supported living, I would just remind what we've done as a local authority. And I don't know if, and because and this was mentioned about the wellbeing Exeter by Councillor Mitchell, whether or not a number of our newer councillors have had the opportunity to visit. Not that the residents there would want councillors every 5 minutes traipsing around their homes, but the extra care that we've done, over 50 units that we funded together with the county council. They did put the land, and to see what we've done for people and supporting people, you know, very important. So you need to look across sometimes the whole picture of what we're doing for the authority. It was very interesting to listen to the history of scrutiny over the last few years, but scrutiny made that decision. And what I've got to say, I'm appalled, to be quite honest, Councillor, that you will stand up in this room and try to identify councillors for whatever way that they choose to vote at a meeting. I think that's wrong. I think that could potentially B, and I was only listening to Jim McMahon earlier on how he says about conduct of councillors should become better. I don't think that was the wise thing. What people vote and what they do in scrutiny, which is unwit, is a matter for them, and try to expose them in a public place, I don't think is the best way. And all I would say is try to tell me, you made reference to 6 Labour councillors voting against it. I think that's wrong. The committee voted against it. You had your opportunity and the committee decided not to take it. The committee decided. There was no direction from myself. So I just want to say, I do find that because it's on how we conduct ourselves, Lord Mayor, a slight deviation, how we conduct ourselves in these polarised times of political discourse. Because, on another end, a couple of veiled references to it, there will never be a greater time when all 39 councillors and political parties within Exeter will need to stand together. And I'm hoping to have that conversation with them very shortly on how we go forward. Calling people out is not the best way forward, in my view. And Councillor Johnson, you are taken to the role of opposition so well in the Conservative Party. We had it for 14 years, by the way, and you always feel pleased when you can complain about the government. Guess what? I can't do that anymore, although we can influence. So you asked about how we've gone about the plan. Now, what I've got to say to you is, this is the plan for Exeter, not the plan for Utopia. Okay? I know what I would like to see in the plan. I would like to see 101% affordable, or even social renting. I would like to see houses built at a price that my 2 girls could afford. Of course I would, and every member in this room would have. Yes, it's the developers that we've got to change. We've got to change somehow, and I'm hoping government will actually force, because it's the old economics of supply and demand here. Exeter is a city of which housing is expensive, not just because it's Exeter, it's because there are not enough homes in Exeter. We drive the economy. We are victims of our own success, Lord Mayor, in this city, of what we've done over the last 20 years. It's not been an accident on why the GVA, gross value added, of Exeter is twice the GVA of some other districts within the county, and even twice or a lot more than some of the districts close by, who may chat about things in a different way. You need to compare like with like when you're comparing us with other councils, is what I would suggest. So the targets, I believe, I think that is important, that we have the plan go through the inspector. It could get rejected, and feel free to put in your comments, and you will, in your evidence base. There's a good idea, evidence-based, to put that in. If it's evidence-based, put it in. Because I know that the officers have bought this in the planning department all on evidence-based. It's evidence-based. There's a reason why it's 15% on brownfield sites. You could have 35%, well, 2 reasons. One, nobody would touch it, and nothing would happen. And I sometimes think, actually, there are some people who would actually like to see nothing happen in Exeter, because they've got their house, haven't they? They're okay. They don't even need to worry about anybody else in the city. That would be a wrong way. And also because of the viability and the evidence is there. So if we put something ridiculous, we had a bazaar whereby we just outbid each other on what the percentages would be. Lord Mayor, it would go to the inspector and he would say, or she would say, where is the evidence that you want 60%, 70%, 80%? Where is the evidence that that can be delivered? And so, Lord Mayor, we could end up having a complete local plan rejected, and we're back to the start. That would be open season for developers. We've already had it in a couple of sites whereby we've had decisions reversed because we've either not had the housing going forward for 5 years or not compliant. We do not want to be in that environment. But it's very important what Councillor Johnson said about the increased numbers. And what happens is, yes, and Councillor Mitchell, reluctant to come to my defence and help me with the answer, he knows the answer because he's heard it and he agrees and he understands it. We've heard a bit more about that. We might have been good. And that is because as soon as it does, evidence will have to be taken again and more information. We have to get this plan in place as soon as we can. Because what we would be doing is jettisoning all the other stuff. Councillor Palmer says about co-living, and isn't it good? And I reference the other thing, I will deal with that. We never had a policy before. We need to get the policies in. So what you would be doing is jettisoning the whole of the plan on this one principled issue, which will make some people look good because they're asking for that. But you have to understand homes are required in Exeter across the genre. Exeter is a city where wages are much higher in comparison to a lot of other places in Devon. The cost of living is higher. Everything is higher. And that is, as I said earlier, a consequence of our success. So the housing, I think we've asked that. The targets, Councillor, we can deal with that, and there is a process for doing it. So, you say the risks, I think it was you, Councillor, who said the risks are greater, or one of you said the risks. The risks are far, far greater if this plan doesn't go through. The risks are far greater. And so that's why we're supporting it to the next stage at Regulation 19. And Lord Mayor, I want to publicly thank the planning team working under great, I hope they're doing something else than listen to this, because it comes across, if everything they've done has just been rubbish over the last year. And I don't believe it has. It's been important work. To suggest also that at those planning member working groups and the other discussions that councillors were not listened to, I think that is an unfair criticism of the council. Not everything is done by notices of motion, moving an amendment and everything. You have to do stuff through collaboration and working through a document. And I believe they have done this. There are many things in there I would like to see better. And I'll go back to say, I'm worried about what's been drawn to my attention. And I've been reading it as well. So I don't know why, but it is a pick up and put down document rule now. So it won't be out of date. I am confident in the planning team, in the officers that support the councillors in it, and this nonsense that there's been no political oversight, that we're doing nothing. I know, we could be in a run-up to an election and all that, not on the county. And it's the art of local politics is to rubbish the other side. And keep saying it loud enough, keep saying it long enough. Somebody in some obscure publication may write about it and bring you up all these things. But I really do believe, Lord Mayor, people want us to see to have a proper plan. We need a proper plan to go with those housing targets, which we need to bring forward, and we will address the increased housing. And so, Lord Mayor, I'm hoping the 2 recommendations will be approved at the meeting. Thank you.
I will now move to the vote. So all those in favour of the 2 recommendations, please show.
That's 15 in favour, Lord Mayor.
All those against?
Against, Lord Mayor. So that has been
A recommendation.
Oh, sorry, I do apologise. It's 13 against, Lord Mayor, with 1 abstention. So it has been carried.
Would you like to carry on, Leader?
At 133, the use of body-worn video cameras, Lord Mayor, and there's 1 recommendation which I move.
A second, Lord Mayor.
Yes, Councillor Moore.
Thank you. I'd be grateful if the portfolio holder could clarify. In the document it said that the project was a trial. So can that, and and it was ambiguous to apply at the executive about whether it is a trial, how long it lasts for, and will there be a review at the end of that trial to see if any of the policy or practices need to be improved or updated or brought back, and any feedback from the public or officers about that. So it's just a matter of clarification about how this will be handled, because in the report it clearly said it was a trial.
Councillor Parkhouse.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Councillor Moore actually asked one of my questions. I also had a question about how the data is going to be managed and who in the council specifically is wearing these body cameras. Thanks.
No other hands. So, Leader, do you want to hand?
I think Councillor Wright wishes to make a contribution and may I answer some of those questions, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Yes, I must admit it was quite confusing in the meeting that we had about the when this policy was going to be reviewed, because normally you would have a review date on there. That's going to ensure that happens now in the future. And this is a trial, and it's going for review in, I think it's in about 6 months' time, when this policy then will come under the whole CCTV policy, when that's been reviewed. So that's probably not a very clear answer again. But I think we had a bit of a parallel thing going on there, that if it hadn't been for the fact that the CCTV camera usage policy is being reviewed, I think in February, this would carry on its own for a year and then be reviewed. But in actual fact, it will be brought under that in February. So your question about how, because it's a trial up to that point, maybe a bit sooner, yes, the two things don't tie up. But your question is a good one about how any evidence that comes back from members of the public or from staff themselves that need to be called in. I will find out and make sure that there is a clear date for that to happen before it gets absorbed into the other policy.
Storage of information.
Pardon?
Storage of information.
Oh, sorry. Yes, another question about the data. That does actually come under the CCTV control room data policy already. It's in the report. It might actually have been quite far down in the report. So there's a clear policy about the usage of data, which obviously is legally compliant. That's already in place, which is why this really needs to come under the CCTV full policy rather than the little satellite one. The reason that it is a satellite one is partly because some funding came up, so it could be spent on the cameras that we know that we need, but also because of the introduction of the community safety team of all officers that you would have noticed in the city centre, I hope. So they are wearing those cameras, so this needed to come in before the review of the bigger policy. I hope that's clarified.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Leader, do you have anything further to add? No. I'll move to the vote then on this item. All those in favour of recommendation, please show.
28 in favour, Lord Mayor. I think that's unanimous. Obviously, one extension for Councillor Reid.
Yes, we left the room to inspect, so that's fine. Yes, Leader, carry on.
Minute 134, appointment to the Devon and Torbay Housing Advisory Group. This is a resolved matter and has been discussed already. Thank you.
Please continue, Leader.
Appointment, 135, selection and appointment of the Exeter Harbour designated person, Lord Mayor. This is a resolved matter.
Thank you, Leader.
I'll move the minutes, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much, Leader. At this point, I'd like to suggest a 5-minute comfort break for everyone. So we'll reconvene in 5 minutes. I'd also like at this point to remind people there will be mince pies and mulled wine at the end of the evening. So please do join me.
Notice the motion.
Thank you, members. We now move on to item 11 on the agenda, and I can confirm that we have received 2 notices of motion. The first from Councillor Rees in accordance with Standing Order 6, the details of which are set out as on the agenda papers. Councillor Rees, can you please read out your notice of motion?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. I was going to take it that the motion has been read, if that's okay.
I'm happy with that, Councillor Rees.
I've got a few words to introduce it. So I believe that as city councillors, there is much more that unites us than divides us. You won't be surprised to hear me saying that. I believe that we all want to see the realisation of our shared goals for the city, including cleaner, safer streets for all residents, with more people able to walk, cycle, wheel and scoot wherever possible. We all want to see reduced air pollution, and we all want to see our net zero targets realised. All residents matter, so I wanted to make it clear that just because this motion focuses on children and families does not mean that other groups, especially vulnerable groups, are not equally important. Of course they are. When people share concerns about the future with me, sometimes feeling that the contribution will not make a significant difference, I encourage people to make whatever small steps they can. When we all take small steps together, it turns into large steps. This motion may seem to some of you like a very small step, but I urge you to support it anyway. If you're asking yourself what difference will it make, I would say that everything we do, no matter how small, can make a difference. Head teachers are under huge pressure, juggling the increasing needs of their communities with a fraction of the resources they need. Having been a head teacher for many years, I know how hard it is to prioritise the few resources you have to maximise the benefit for children and families. This is an example where school leaders need to know they are not trying to create safer, healthier communities in isolation, that they do have the support of local leaders like us. And now I imagine some of you might be thinking, but transport sits with the county council, and that's where the leadership needs to be. Yes, it does ultimately, but we as city councillors can and do have a voice. There is a recognition that many of our aims, cleaner air, active travel, net zero, for example, rely directly on transport policy. We need strong political leadership across the board, and we need to work proactively and collaboratively with our colleagues in county. I know many of you already work hard to strengthen joint working and build shared ambitions and shared ambitious leadership for our city. And I thank you for your important work in this area. In the government's new document, providing guidance for setting up school streets, it is clear that school streets can help achieve our targets for the city. The document is excellent guidance. If you haven't read it yet, I do urge you to do so. It's really, really well put together, very simple and clear. The results, for example, from an earlier trial reports 51% increase in cycling to school, 30% increase in walking, and 74% reduction in motor vehicle tailpipe emissions. There's lots of case studies and lots of examples on that site, so I'm not going to share any more because they're there for you to see. These are all important steps forward to us achieving our shared ambitions and our shared goals for the city. Enforcement is absolutely key, and this is made very clear in this guidance, this government's guidance. Implementing these schemes in a voluntary capacity is not a sustainable solution and places far too great a burden on school resources and volunteers. What is also clear in the government's new guidance, which some of you may have already read, is there are some myths around school streets, which as leaders we would not want to perpetuate. You can read the explanations in full at the end of the guidance document online, but for now I'm just going to list these myths so that this evening we can focus on evidence-based information rather than these myths. Myth 1, school streets density areas where pupils live within walking distance of the school. And 6, the school streets force people to stop driving, which is discriminatory to parents who need to drive. There's a really excellent explanation for each of these myths showing that these are not the case. So the final point I'd like to make in introducing this motion is this is not instead of other measures. It is as well as. So measures like enforcing the 20-mile-an-hour speed limit, continuing to teach children about road safety. Of course, we still need a whole raft of measures, and this is one part of a wider jigsaw puzzle of pieces that can all come together to create a clear and shared picture of healthy and safe communities across our city, while also tackling the climate emergency that we face. So I urge you today, let's speak with one voice to call upon Devon County Council to work with schools and communities to increase the number of school streets in Exeter. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Rees. Do you have a second? Yes, Councillor Banyard. Speak. Thank you very much, Councillor Banyard. Yes, we have Councillor Harding, I think, indicated first. Or do you want to? Councillor Parkhurst first.
Thank you. I wish to table an amendment to the motion that reads, and to ensure full consultation with residents, which will follow on from the first point the council resolves to at the end of that point. So just to reiterate, and to ensure full consultation with residents, which would follow on from explore this option within the motion.
Yes, very happy, I accept that amendment.
So that's been incorporated. As long as you're happy. Can you read it out once again for the minutes, please?
Yeah, no problem. It reads, and to ensure full consultation with residents, and the amendment is to follow the text that in the motion that says where schools are willing to explore this option, it would follow that.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Councillor Holland.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I've been working in education for most of my life, so I feel I'm quite well placed to comment on this motion. Firstly as a teacher, then as a head teacher of 3 primary schools in central Devon, and subsequently as school governor, where I am currently involved in the governance of 4 schools in our city. I know only too well the trials and tribulations facing our schools in the 2020s. I'm passionate about road safety, and in particular that of our young people. I previously run the cycling proficiency course with Year 6 children over a 10-year period. Children in my school were not able to bring their bikes to school until they'd taken and passed the test. Today, and I dug it out before I came, I've got my cycling proficiency badges, which I got in 1959. I grew up in a town called Southend-on-Sea. There were no traffic lights then, but I did pass. Got fond memories of those days. And what have I done? I've accompanied children, the Year 2 children from Stoke Hill Infant School, to present a petition to the then leader of Devon County Council about road safety. I campaigned and lobbied for the retention of crossing patrols in the city of Exeter. I've lobbied successfully for a time-restricted cycle lane in our ward, which now supports children riding to school. In Exeter, we've got 20 primary schools, we've got 5 high schools, 2 independent schools, and 1 tertiary college. We have 4 schools in St. Loy's ward, all of which have over the years seen some appalling traffic violations and irresponsible parking in the vicinity. During this time, I've liaised with the police, the head teachers, the civil enforcement officers. The heads will send out reminders to parents and carers to drive and park considerately, but their principal concern is for the teaching and learning of the children in their care, citing that the policing of streets in their hinterland is not a school function. With that I agree. Time and time again, the police and the civil enforcement officers will say to me, and that's even in the last couple of months, it is not reasonable or proportionate to issue fixed penalty notices for clear traffic violations and unsafe manoeuvres. In fact, the police will only consider dealing with pavement parking if they actually see a car driving on the pavement. And as far as I'm aware, there have been no reports of any prosecutions for this in my living memory. As far as I'm aware, there are no traffic orders which prohibit pavement parking in Exeter, and in fact Devon County Council have put signage up in some streets saying it's allowable. There's one off Thorne Park Rise that springs to mind. Exeter schools are, in the main, in the heart of high-density housing. Many employ staff from afar, and in the absence of suitable or timely public transport, rely on their cars to commute to work. Many of these schools do not have adequate car parking for their own staff, not least of all the peripatetic music teachers, the peripatetic PE teachers, health visitors, educational welfare officers, speech therapists, supply and student teachers, the school nurse, the educational psychologist. They usually come with a great amount of paraphernalia to support their visits. If only half of our city schools adopted a Safer Streets scheme, it is likely that the city will shut down. It will be gridlocked, believe you me. This is something that I do believe will happen. One look at the failed imposed low traffic neighbourhood scheme in Heavy and St Lloyd's was evidence of just that. There will be residents living in the hinterland of our schools which rely on carers visiting at regular intervals. I wonder where they'll park if they arrive at, say, 8:45 or 3:30. There will be carers who actually live in the hinterland of the schools who need to come and go to attend to their daily routines, supporting the vulnerable. Restricting parking will actually trap them from doing just that. Now, before I consider supporting safer streets, I need to be confident that all sectors of the community have been properly consulted with their views and concerns fully addressed. This, unlike the previous low traffic neighbourhood scheme in Heavy and St Lloyd's. I am not going to be supporting this motion and I will be voting against it. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Holland. I now have Councillor Palmer, followed by Councillor Bizarre, then Councillor Harding, then Councillor Wood, and then Councillor Reid. Councillor Wetton.
Thank you.
Two more.
You'll be really pleased now that I'm not going to have a go at anybody. Because actually School Streets, in my opinion, it isn't political. We're talking about our kids and their health. And actually I've got a huge amount of experience directly with School Streets. It's something that's really close to my heart. It was the very first motion that I put forward as a brand new councillor in Haringey. It won't be any surprise to any of you that I was actually a really vocal campaigner with Mums for Lungs before I became a councillor. Essentially because my son's school was on one of the most polluted roads in Haringey, and the air pollution levels very regularly exceeded legal levels. Now my son's school was picked by the Mayor of London just after we'd done our motion to be part of the King's College study, and it was picked up by the Dispatches documentary that supported the study. It was selected by the Mayor of London for being in the top 50 most polluted schools in London. His school faced out onto one of the busiest roads in Haringey. His class couldn't have its windows open in the summer because of the air pollution. And I will tell you now, if you ever get to see an X-ray, as I've done, of my son's lungs as part of that study, with particulate matter in it, I think it will really change your mind if you ever think that people that talk about air pollution, it's not a joke. I think most parents that took part in the study, me included, I thought I was actually pretty well informed. Actually, I realised I really wasn't. So lots of parents, for example, were really quite shocked that idling, the idling that they were doing, they were often sort of sitting outside, directly outside the school for sort of up to 20 minutes before the end of school. They had no idea that that was such a big contributing factor to the air pollution. Lots of parents thought they were protecting their children by driving them to school because the area was so polluted. Actually, what they didn't realise, obviously, is that when they were sitting stationary in traffic, because the traffic was so congested, that not only were they contributing to more traffic, but actually both they and their children were breathing in that air pollution at the same time as well. So I was absolutely delighted that we worked across party and that my motion went forward. And 5 years on, Haringey now has more than 30 schools. If you'd have told me that that would have happened, I would never have believed it. It's 11,500 children in that one borough, and I'm incredibly proud. If that's the one thing that I left Haringey with, I think that's an amazing thing, that 11,500 children have a safer and healthier walk to school. Now, the health aspect is really important, but I also think the safety aspect is equally important as well. Now, at my son's school in London, his lollipop lady was run over twice in the 2.5 years that I've been campaigning. Once quite seriously injured, both times by parents driving dangerously and badly. It actually meant that most parents were completely afraid to try to cross. You know, the road was so incredibly difficult to cross. I actually found it really difficult to replace, unsurprisingly, the lollipop lady. Nobody wanted to do that job in a hurry. And it was really interesting. When we moved to Exeter, I was completely unprepared. So we went to Stoke Hill School, and actually my son went into year 6. You know, when you're going into year 6, it's all about being independent, right? So we were like, amazing, you're going to be able to scoot up the hill to school, everything's going to be great, and you'll be really ready for secondary school. Actually, within a month of him doing so, he was almost knocked down by a parent who got out of their car and shouted at him to move because they were late picking their child up. Now, at Stoke Hill School, the school actually tried, the teachers passionately cared very much actually. They wrote to parents frequently and said, you know, you need to stop parking so dangerously. The police attended the school on a number of occasions, and actually nothing changed. You know, the behaviour of parents and the poor parking that we saw was appalling. Nothing changed in the time that we were there. Now, for me, it's really, really important actually to think about the wide things. So the one thing that I learned in Haringey was that there were lots of things stopping people from walking to school. Lots of kids said, I really want to walk to school. But there were lots of other kind of external factors that stopped them. So although we're lobbying Devon County Council, I just wanted to kind of say to you actually, there are loads of things that we can do ourselves as city council. So one of the biggest barriers was feeling safe. So we were tackling like really low level antisocial behaviour. So you know, we'd got sort of fly tipping or broken glass on the floor. You know, and people actually said, I don't want to walk my kid to school through that kind of stuff. So we got those areas cleared. Better lighting, encouraging schools to have really good cycling and scooting storage as well is really, really important. So there are loads of practical things that we can do. Now finally, I thought it was really important that you didn't just hear from me. I thought it was really important that you heard from somebody who'd experienced a school street as a kid. So I asked my kid, who very reluctantly gave me a quick quote. So he said, where is he? My school street was really great. What I really liked was that I could actually scoot really fast along the road into my school and not have to worry about cars. I also really used to hate the cars that had their engines running. The fumes that came from them stank. And when you're small, you're actually much closer to it than grown-ups are. When I moved to Exeter, I was really excited about being able to scoot to school on my own. The problem was there were loads of cars, and often the parents just weren't looking out for a kid like me crossing the road. One day I was almost knocked over by a parent. They just didn't see me crossing. They were driving too fast. They shouted at me, and it really, really worried me about having to go to school on my own. School streets generally are just great. They make parents think about things more, and they make kids feel really safe. For me, the best bit is that I don't have to breathe in those stinky car fumes anymore. So look, I understand, I think consultation is incredibly important. Getting everybody behind this is really, really important. It's not going to work, you know, if we're just sitting here talking to ourselves in a bubble. But actually, it is so completely life-changing. When I think about the results that we're seeing in Haringey, you know, there's been a 47% reduction in school traffic, you know, cars driving in just such a short space of time. That gives me such hope that we could do something really positive here. So I really genuinely hope that you can support this. And Andrew, I hear you, but I also hope that you feel that you can support this too with the right consultation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Palmer. I have 7 speakers who've indicated: Councillor Vizard, Councillor Harding, Councillor Reid, Councillor Banyard, Councillor Wettenall, Councillor Atkinson and Councillor Poll. Now, at this point, I would like to just remind people, please, not to have repetition and don't repeat anything that's already been previously said by other members, because I can get the sense of where this is going. Call on Councillor Vizard initially.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor, and I will try and be brief. I just want to first of all just really welcome the motion and also to thank Councillor Rees for her approach to me in advance, which is very typical of her collaborative spirit, which is extremely welcome. Thank you for that. And I echo the mention of the guidance nationally and the Labour government's approach to this. I think that's really, really important, and I also acknowledge some of the challenges that I've heard from Devon County councillors in Exeter about actually making these work. There's been some mixed experiences, and I think you're absolutely right to talk about the need to overcome those and not to allow or force school heads, teachers, resources for them to do all the heavy lifting. So I think we do need a collaborative approach here, and we need to work with Devon County Council, understand some of the challenges and work positively on that. On net zero, this is, I would say this from I, but this is absolutely critical. There is no route to net zero that doesn't include some positive steps, and this is positive, to reduce vehicle movements and to encourage active travel, not least around the schools. It's the least we can do for the very reasons that Councillor Palmer so eloquently outlined in her speech, and I won't repeat them, but absolutely on air pollution and children's rights and idling and so forth. So I very much welcome it. I welcome the recommendations for the Back to Transport Working Group. Look forward to that, and of course Devon County Council will have a presence on that, so we will be able to ask questions on there and have a good debate. So thank you very much. I'll certainly be supporting the amended motion.
Thank you, Councillor Harding.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm living very near to the school. I notice congestion around the entrance to the school every morning. It's appalling, and that includes people parking all over the double yellow lines and yellow zigzag lines. And the only time I've ever seen it clear was the morning I stood there with a police officer, and then suddenly it was all clear. But of course, the police officer can't stand there every morning, so it doesn't work. But what I particularly like about this proposal, about the idea of school streets, is the fact that it might stop some people driving. And some of those people, if they couldn't park so near the school and have to park further away, might then think, because I actually know that some of those parents drive, well, I appreciate that some parents are driving to work, so they're already on the way on a journey, but there are some people that are just making just that journey to drop off their children very close by. And if some of those people are beginning thinking, well, I can't park right outside the school anymore, so perhaps now we'll just walk the whole way, I think that would be a massive positive. Yeah, so I like the sound of this. Thank you.
Councillor Reid.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Yes, absolutely delighted to hear so many voices in support of this motion. Absolutely delighted to hope that we're going to be passing this motion here tonight. I just wanted to read out a little something that the Exeter Cycling Campaign sent to all councillors, because they spoke about all the benefits that school streets can bring. They create a safer, healthier, more pleasant environment for children by restricting motor traffic around school entrances, enabling wheeling, walking and cycling, which not only reduces traffic congestion, but also promotes healthy activity among children. And also, I think this is really important, Lord Mayor, that school streets contribute to creating a sense of community. It's safer and quieter for parents and children to stop and chat and play and laugh with each other. And this helps to build stronger neighbourhoods and stronger communities. So I think that all of these things invite us to imagine our cities as safe places to walk and cycle around, and imagine sort of independence for children that they used to have, that I think where the councillors sitting behind me, well not all of them, but some of them, will have had when they were children, to be able to walk to school without fear in danger of their lives. But we don't need to imagine it. It's perfectly possible to do right now. There are schools and districts up and down the country taking steps to make this happen. So I really want Exeter to be in the forefront of this change. In Bristol, for example, the City Council is working with the Cathedral Choir School and the Cathedral Primary School and have jointly launched a school streets scheme to make schools safe where these schools are. And I really want to see this happen in Exeter. Passing this motion will send a strong message to schools that we really want to work with them, because this isn't easy, but it is possible. In cities, in general, a quarter to a third of car journeys in the morning are bringing children to school. As Councillor Harding says, often for very short journeys. We can see that there is a clear route to cleaner air. As Councillor Palmer says, Harrogate has introduced a load of school streets. Hackney has also introduced a load of school streets. And there are some fantastic videos of people there talking about the benefits that they have from them, the children talking about the benefits that they have from them. And one of the things, to speak to Councillor Holland's point, about having communication with local residents, of course that is so important. It's vital to bring other residents into the conversation, so I really, really welcome this amendment. And in Hackney, they had the case that it started with some residents near to the school being very sceptical, residents who didn't have skin in the game, who didn't have children at that school, being sceptical about it, but in the end, loving the school street. And I'd like to think and hope that councillors who don't support this motion will nevertheless be in favour of having this open consultation and really trying to enable the conversation to open people's minds about the benefits that this can bring, because I think they are huge. Now you may think that London and Hackney are different from Exeter, but as someone who lives on a street where a cathedral school is, in central Exeter, I can tell you that the scenes are very, very much like those of a bigger city. Every day, twice a day, it's carnage, it's traffic, chaos, carnage. And I've spoken to the school at length, but there's not much that they are proposing to try to do on their own. But they do want to see change. They do want help seeing that change. As you say, Councillor Harding, there are routinely cars parked all over double rail lines every day. And I know from extended conversations that I've had with you, Councillor Holland, that pavement parking is a nightmare and we can't stop it. But school streets can. School streets can stop this. Schools are really, really looking for our help with this. So I'm so grateful that so many councillors have wanted to support this, and I hope we can get this motion passed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Reid. Can I remind members what I said previously? Please don't repeat points that have already been made. So the remaining speakers, can you please confine your comments to new points or new comments, please? So Councillor Vaniant.
I'll try and do an edited version. So on Monday morning, I visited a primary school in my ward. I stood at the gates with the head teacher as she greeted the children and the families. Many children walked, some scooted, and a few came by car. The school is on a quiet cul-de-sac. 2 or 3 drivers stopped in the zigzag area outside the school, even though this is against the law. The head teacher told me they've asked parents not to do this, but it still happens, as I saw for myself. She called it bad behaviour. The head teacher has taken action on traffic outside her school. She's staggered start times to reduce congestion. She's negotiated with the church at the end of the road so that parents can leave their cars there. They've done what they can, and I would say it works quite well. But what about the schools where these actions aren't enough? Bigger schools with more traffic, where head teachers have already tried staggered starts and polite notices in the newsletter to parents haven't worked. Should we accept bad behaviour on the parts of drivers and leave it at that? I don't think we should. If we want cleaner air and safer streets, we need to make it easier for schools and communities to introduce school streets if they want them. That's why I'm supporting this motion, because we can't wait forever for drivers to stop parking in the zigzag area. School streets give children a space to walk, scoot and cycle safely, and they're a proven way to reduce traffic and pollution and make our communities better for everyone.
Councillor Whittenall.
It's a very quick point of information. School streets are not about parking. They are, and this is from the government guidance, it simply means a restriction on motorised traffic at the start and end of a school day. So it's just important to clarify what Councillor Holland said. It isn't related to parking, and they are absolutely have to be developed collaboratively with the staff, the governors and the residents. It's great that we've got the amendment, but that's baked into the guidance anyway. You can't do it otherwise. But yeah, it isn't parking, it's time limited restriction. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Atkinson.
Yeah, thank you. I wasn't going to actually speak on this, but I just welcome the motion together with the amendment. And of course, members of this chamber will no doubt be aware that Labour councillors who sit on the county council have been actively promoting safer school streets, certainly for the 8 years that I've been on the county, and I'm pretty certain that Saxon Spence would have been promoting it previously. And we do have some safer streets already, like School Lane in St Thomas and Westex School, all have had active barriers put in there to help schools, and we know it does work. So I commend this to you, and I do hope that members sitting in this chamber will continue to support the Labour County Councillors who are working hard to try and achieve this against great obstacles and offers, and at times personal attacks and abuse. I originally wanted to stand up because I was pretty gobsmacked by hearing a Conservative county councillor attack the police for failing to do a duty where they don't have any lawful duty to do it. So, for instance, you should know, this is like misinformation, that there is no law in the country which prohibits pavement parking, which the police can enforce. And you're quite right, the only way they can enforce it is it's an obstruction of the highway and they actually see it. They do have that law in London, and I can assure you that Labour councillors have been making steps to get the last government, and indeed our own and the new government, to try and make that an act of Parliament in due course, so that the police could enforce pavement parking, because it's clear that we do need streets which are accessible to pedestrians and people in wheelchairs, etc. So I just thought I'd give that as a point of information, and I do hope that in future that members will try and check their information before they grandstand and make statements, certainly attacking people like the police. Thank you.
Councillor Poe.
Thank you. Lord Mayor, it's hard to think of an issue more important to all of us than the safety of our children and their protection while in the care of our schools. Children who are able to be more active and independent, spending more time making those daily journeys with friends, will undoubtedly be aided in their personal development, vital to their future as Exeter adults and to the future of our society. Long-time residents of Whitton paint a wonderful picture of congregating with other parents and their children at the top of Hill Lane, walking together its green and leafy and almost completely car-free length to drop off their children at Whitton Barton School, before doing their shop at the butchers and greengrocers of wonderful Whitton Village. When Whitton's E3 cycle route was first introduced by Labour councillors in Whitton Barton Road, a wonderful 38% of children cycled to St Luke's School. And I would like to celebrate the work of Exeter City Council's Liverpool Exeter partnership with Sports England on cycling at St James's School, where pupils learn key skills in bicycle maintenance as a 12-week elective. Now, Whitton Barton School is reported to be one of a small number of school streets that Conservative-run Devon County Council has managed to implement successfully and sustainably, possibly because it was already on a cul-de-sac before it started. Before the current controlled entry and exit into Hill Lane at the start and end of the school day, cars and taxis were parked pell-mell on the pavements, engines were running, the road was blocked by other cars. Undoubtedly, the situation is better than it was, but the situation remains problematic, with nearby residents' driveways being blocked and dangerous parking across cycle paths, footpaths and up onto housing amenity land, even at
Victor Von School, which is a school street. School street safety must also surely include the abysmal state in which Conservative-run Devon County Council keeps our pavements and our crossings, with their weeds and trip hazards, chaotic, unsafe crossings at streets. Hotspots like the Quickprint roundabout and the dangerous 4th Street Pelican crossing at Law Street are a matter of safety for everyone, including the children who use them to walk to school. I am working with organisations like Exeter Inclusive to amplify the voice of people with disabilities, especially those who are driven but also unable to drive and who walk or wheel, to ensure that their voices are heard by planners, transport officers, local people and councillors. I cannot stress too forcefully that where any highways, traffic and transport proposals impact the community, we must and I will insist on a full, inclusive consultation and involvement process for all those likely to be affected. This is something I personally pledge to insist upon and work continuously and tirelessly for as an elected representative. Now, I am very pleased to note that Exeter City Council has a consultation charter which formalises the Council's commitment to consultation and best practice, ensuring that there are consistent arrangements in place and that Exeter communities have the chance to contribute to proposals for council policies and decisions. I am looking to establish what Devon County Council's consultation looks like. If it has one, I haven't yet been able to locate it on their website. Traffic volumes are of great concern in school streets, and I have been lobbying Conservative-run Devon County Council for the past 6 months to adopt the new government's Better Buses devolution legislation, specifically for a cross-town bus from Beaconheath and Whipton to Hevertree and Soughton, which would alleviate traffic greatly at certain school streets by allowing the residents to reach their employment, their shopping centre, health centre, hospitals, dentist and amenity, and to reach family members without having to make the choice of using a car or the unwelcome prospect of unnecessarily lengthy journeys that involve changing buses at Sidwell Street. Back to the need for consultations, I would add that measures must involve proposals that have been robustly and objectively evidenced and evaluated before they are put to consultation. Lack of consultation has resulted in many recent traffic proposals being poorly designed.
Councillor Cole, I think we're now straying into areas that have already been discussed previously, so are you able to...
I have some more points to make. Proposals have asserted rat running where no evaluation or assessment or evidence of rat running has been shown. They've proposed sensitive changes at shopping streets where no evidence of the kind that when we were school children, we made with clipboards, for instance, where shoppers have come from, how they've got what they're spending. I've been a councillor only since May, and I have had successive calls to lobby our local transport authority, a Conservative-run Devon County Council, on behalf of residents. I've been successful in doing so by using the actual and varied words and experiences of residents that they've spoken to me in their hundreds. I've done my utmost and will do my utmost to ensure that the appropriate consultations required for introduction of new measures are carried out fully, effectively and inclusively. We want measures that work, Lord Mayor, and that serve children without dividing their communities, and that serve the working parents of those children, that serve their family members who have worked, that serve those who work.
I did ask politely to try and sum up, if you could please sum up. We've had a long debate already on this item, so I'd appreciate it if we could.
That serve their family members who have worked, that serve those who walk and wheel, and that any planned transitions in the way people move around our city are just transitions that are not only proposed for people with wealth in their wisdom. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our final speaker is Councillor Sheridan. I believe you may have different points to make, is that correct? So I'll allow you to speak if that's the case. Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. My concerns are around this possibly being a reintroduction of the LTNs by stealth. I can quite see from the Hatton meeting where several councillors said that what they thought they'd done wrong was they did too much too soon. And I think this is a smaller way of doing it. So they introduce this and then they say it's a great success. We'd like to extend the times. They extend the times and they do a land grab and they extend the area. And then the areas join up. Before you know it, you have an LTN in all but name. This is a real concern. I'm also concerned about the disabled for the same reasons as the LTNs and the Equalities Act. And I'm worried that how that will be dealt with. Will there be exemptions, and then how will that be decided upon? Who is disabled enough to get a permit so that they can travel into school? And then how is this enforced? How do we enforce it? Is it down to CCTV cameras? All of this seems very ambiguous, but my main concern is that this is an LTN in all but name, or it will become one. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rees. Would you like to sum up?
Thank you all so much for your contributions, and as I thought, most of us, we share the same vision of the improvements in our city for the health of the young people. What I would say is, and thank you as well, colleagues, for your comments too, is just one request, and that is that you read the guidance. It only takes about 20 minutes, and lots of those things are addressed, and I can reassure you, Councillor Sheridan, yes, excellent questions about exemptions. They are absolutely part of the plan. There are exemptions built into the scheme for, I've got a whole list here, I'm mindful of time, but absolutely blue badge holders, parents and carers with children with additional needs, including emergency vehicles, and actually including people with addresses within the School Street area residents. So there's a whole, you have an exemption. It is absolutely enforced, it's very, very clear, it is enforced, there will be cameras. So this is not about restricting people in that area. It is about creating a safe space just for children and families at that drop-off and pick-up point. So all of those points, and Councillor Holland again, I really appreciate the things that you were saying. However, some of those are included in the mix. They are described very carefully in the government's document. So what I would ask is that we don't put any of those myths out into the public arena, because what it does is it creates anxiety and fear. And it creates anxiety and fear unnecessarily, because these things are there, they're in the document, and it's a really great document that our government has put out. So I urge everybody to read it, and absolutely welcome the amendment, thank you, from Councillor Parkhouse, because the consultation process is also really part of that, and not just in the shaping of it, but during the trial period and the evaluation of it, which needs to be ongoing, because we learn from these experiences. So thank you all very much. We've had a really full picture, and I really look forward to, as I thought about, continued joint working, and thank you, Councillor Atkinson, thank you for your ongoing work and everything you've done with the County Council. I know you're not alone, but I just wanted to say that, extending my thanks to you for all your work. So thank you all very much indeed.
Thank you, Councillor Rees. I'll now move to the vote. All those in favour, please show. As amended, yes, as amended. All those against?
3 against, Lord Mayor.
Abstentions?
1 abstention, Lord Mayor, so that has been carried as amended.
So we'll move now on to the second notice of motion received by Councillor Reid in accordance with Standing Order 6, the details of which have been set out on the agenda papers. Councillor Reid, would you like to introduce your motion?
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. So that was lovely to see so much consensus on that last motion. I hope we have the same on this current one. And just say I also reach out to Councillor Visage beforehand with this motion, again in the spirit of strong collaboration. I will read out this motion, if that's all right, because I just want to be sure that we're really clear what it is. So the purpose of this motion is to ask Exeter's 2 MPs, Steve Race MP and David Reid MP, to support the Climate and Nature Bill currently progressing through Parliament. The bill aims to require the United Kingdom to achieve climate and nature targets. It aims to give the Secretary of State a duty to implement a strategy to achieve those targets. to establish a Climate and Nature Assembly to advise the Secretary of State in creating that strategy, and give duties to the Committee on Climate Change and the Joint Nature Conservation Committee regarding strategy, targets and connected purposes. The second reading of the bill will take place in the House of Commons on the 24th of January 2025, Lord Mayor. This council notes that Exeter City Council declared a climate emergency in 2019 and passed a further motion declaring it a climate and ecological emergency on the 27th of April 2021, resulting in the council declaring an ecological emergency to supplement and strengthen the climate change emergency declaration of July 2019 by this council. Exeter City Council also resolved to continue to work with partners, both locally and regionally, including DCC, to achieve net zero carbon objectives and to conserve and support the recovery of the natural environment, to support community consultation with respect to identifying solutions to address both climate and ecological emergencies, to request that our two MPs support the Climate and Ecological Emergency Bill. On the 21st of March 2024, the Climate and Ecology Bill, CE Bill, was renamed the Climate and Nature Bill, CAN Bill. I have slightly changed, as you, I believe, know, Lord Mayor, the resolution because I've received a reply from Steve Race, and so the resolution is slightly amended to the following. I have, just to clarify, I have not received a reply from David Reid MP. So the resolution is the following. Therefore, this council resolves to write to Exeter's two MPs, Steve Race MP and David Reid MP, with regard to the Climate and Nature Bill. To Steve Race MP, write thanking him for his support for the bill and asking him to support it at its second reading in the House of Commons on the 24th of January 2025. It is correct. He expressed support for the bill. He sent me an email, we can read the words, but he expressed support for the bill. I supposedly write thanking him for his support for the bill and asking him to support it. You can amend that and take out thanking him for the support for the bill if you want, as was the original resolution. But I was just recognising the communication he'd had with me and asking him to support it at its second reading in the House of Commons on 24th January 2025. And to David Reid, asking him to support the Climate and Nature Bill as it progresses through Parliament, in particular at its second reading in the House of Commons on 24th of January 2025. That's the motion in front of us. The Climate and Nature Bill, which, to be clear, Exeter City Council, as I've demonstrated in the motion, already demonstrated support for some years previously and already asked both MPs of Exeter to support that bill. The Climate and Nature Bill offers an evidence-led statutory framework that follows the best available science. It integrates the UK's climate and nature policies and locks into law the UK's international climate and biodiversity obligations. I was delighted to hear that the Climate and Nature Bill has been selected in the private member's bill ballot. It is already championed by many MPs, such as Alex Sobel, Olivia Blake, and 80 other colleagues. It is supported across the Labour movement, including constituency Labour parties, such as Holborn and St Pancras. It's supported by Sadiq Khan, Andy Burnham, Tracy Brabin, and Sarah, Vehicle Sharkies' Labour Environment Campaign. The bill is supported by MPs of all political parties and none. Many Labour MPs have pledged to support it, Green MPs of course, Liberal Democrat MPs, the SNP, Plaid Cymru MPs, SDLP, Independents. There is even one lone Conservative MP who has pledged support, Sir Roger Gale MP. With our help and encouragement, David Reid has a chance to be the second Tory MP to do the right thing by nature. The political party with a tree as its logo. The Climate and Nature Bill is a plan for a new UK law that addresses climate change, global warming, and the nature crisis in line with the most up-to-date science. The bill is the only proposed legislation before the UK Parliament that ensures a comprehensive and joined-up approach to the emergency. And this is why we need it, Lord Mayor. I now want to read some excerpts from Chris Packen's speech at the occasion of the Restore Nature March, attended by so many across all parts of the political spectrum. We have a nightmare. Since Frankie Goes to Hollywood told us to relax, 600 million birds across Europe have vanished, including 65% of our cuckoos and 90% of our nightingales. We have a nightmare. Since the Sex Pistols pointed out it was anarchy in the UK, 80% of our butterflies have gone. 19% of our wildlife is gone. And 1 in 6 species are now in danger of extinction. We have a nightmare. 92% of our marine protected areas are not protected from destructive fishing. And last year, those so-called marine nature reserves were subjected to 100,000 hours of industrial fishing and 33,000 hours of bottom trawling. They are not protected. They are being trashed. We really have a nightmare. But it doesn't have to be like this, because we can restore nature now. We have the tools, we have the technologies, we have the tried and tested solutions, and they work. Let's make them work. It's too late for dreaming. We've been dreaming and it hasn't worked. It's time to wake up and start acting and doing things that really make a difference. Now is finally the time for the biggest battles, not the easy wins. Another dormouse reintroduction will not save biodiversity, but radically reformed, sustainable farming, fishing and forestry policies will. So let's bang on the door of Parliament until we get them. Nature doesn't have a voice, but we do. Nature can't act, but we can. Please act with your consciences. I'm really looking forward to our debate, and I'm really hoping that we can all agree that what we want to do is write to our 2 MPs to ask them to support this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Reid. I just want to clarify something, because obviously you've stated that one of the members of Parliament has agreed to this motion in effect and agreed to support it, but we haven't been presented with any evidence to that case. So therefore changing the wording in the way that you've suggested isn't necessarily appropriate, because that MP isn't here to speak for themselves.
Certainly not, Matt. So if I may say, I'll return to the original wording that we all have in front of us.
I'm happy with
which
that.
Is just to write to the 2 MPs asking them to support the bill. Thank you.
Thank you. And do you have a seconder?
I wish to second this. I would also like to make a point of clarification, if that's okay, and preserve my right to speech, but maybe that's having a bit too much. Can I make a clarification?
Depends on what the clarification is.
Okay, so the clarification is that we are referring specifically to the Climate and Nature Bill, which was published in at its first reading in Parliament on the 16th of October 2024, not the one in the previous Parliament, okay, which had lots of cross-party support. So this is now the first reading stage, and then it will go to the second reading stage in January, which is when MPs can then influence the detail of that bill. So I just wanted to make it absolutely clear we are talking about this specific bill that's being presented to Parliament in October. Thank you.
Thank you. You've reserved your right to speak, is that right? Yeah. So just for clarity, we've reverted back to the original word. So Councillor Bizard.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the clarification, Councillor Moore, which is helpful. And can I first say that I welcome all debate on the climate and nature emergency and support the positive intent behind this motion, as well as the outline direction of the proposed bill to Parliament. What is worth explaining at this point, and it needs to be acknowledged though, is that there is not as yet a published parliamentary bill which this motion centres on. And I don't think it's reasonable for members to come to a conclusion without this. The private members' bill has only reached its first reading stage and contains no detail. Councillor Reid may be referring, though this may have been clarified since, to a previous iteration of the bill. Now that may or may not be the same wording that comes forward in this new bill. We don't yet know. And Steve Race, as far as I'm aware, has explained this in his reply. So previous iterations of this bill, including one tabled by a Labour MP, came forward under the previous Conservative government. What made sense under a Tory party which was increasingly and is increasingly drawn to a Trumpian view of the world and dominated by voices from the hard right and from climate change skeptics and outright deniers, now needs to be seen in the light of the new Labour government that has rightly placed the climate crisis at the top of its agenda, embodied in one of its 5 missions. A bold and positive agenda to tackle climate change is perhaps the single most important impact of the Labour victory. So while I am absolutely committed to the urgent action we need on climate and nature, I'm going to show a little faith in our new Labour government and won't be supporting the motion this evening for the reasons I've mentioned. And I say that because Labour has a highly ambitious and extensive programme of work that will be coming forward through legislation, much of it already announced. Actions, not words, actions that include delivering on targets for nature recovery and by halting the decline of native species by 2030, honouring our international agreements to protect 30% of our land and seas by 2030, expanding nature-rich habitats including wetlands, forests and peat bogs, which are rich carbon sponges. Introduced the Water Special Measures Bill, placing water companies and their executives under tough special measures, including the potential for imprisonment, empowering Ofwat and increasing accountability. Lifted the de facto ban on new onshore wind in England. Consented unprecedented numbers of nationally significant solar power projects totaling 2 gigawatts to date, more in the months since the election than in the last 14 years combined. Introduced legislation to establish the Great British Energy, a new public company that will own, manage and operate clean power projects. Brought forward the Green Prosperity Plan in its mission to deliver clean power by 2030, double onshore wind, triple solar power and quadruple offshore wind to deliver cheaper zero carbon electricity by 2030. Developed a warm homes plan to invest an extra 6.6 billion over the Parliament to upgrade the energy efficiency of 5 million homes, largely generated from the proper windfall tax on oil and gas companies. To expand and strengthen the UK emissions trading scheme, funding 239 million to help halt and reverse deforestation in forest-rich nations, a funding package to support clean energy transition in developing countries, delivered a record number of clean energy projects through its renewables auction, pledged nearly 22 billion and began the UK's carbon capture usage and storage industry, including 2 clusters in Teesside and the North West, launched a competition for AI innovators to help fuel the UK's clean energy future, pledged to insulate drafty homes, install energy-saving measures and cut household energy bills, appointed Rachel Kite to be the UK's Special Representative on Climate with a mission to build the UK's profits as a progressive climate profile, as a progressive climate leader. Return the UK to the global stage and leadership on tackling climate change with the Prime Minister attending COP29 in Baku, the only G7 leader who attended conference. The PM announced a fresh climate change target with the UK to aim for an 81% cut in its emissions by 2035 and called on other countries to match that ambition to limit global temperature rises to 1.5 degrees. The PM also committed to providing 11.6 billion worth of climate financing until March 2026 and stressed the UK will lead on climate change and nature loss. He announced a new £1 billion wind turbine investment that will support 1,300 local jobs around Hull and produce enough clean energy to power 1 million homes. I'll stop there before this turns into a Monty Python sketch, but not a bad start, I think. And it highlights the game-changing action that simply doesn't get reported by the media, as it should. And yes, of course, we must hold the government and our MPs to account for their actions. I'm confident that in Steve Race we have an environmentalist MP who is absolutely committed to pushing the Labour government on climate action without this council needing to hold his feet to the fire over an unpublished private member's bill. Perhaps members in Pinhose, Noyes and Topsham will want to seek the same assurances from David Reid, because it is in all our interests that politicians of all parties are committed to urgent action on climate change. So while we must keep it in check, I have faith that this government will deliver through actions rather than warm intentions of a yet to be published private member's bill, and it must, as only governments can provide solutions and adaptations to climate change. Thanks, Nick.
Thank you, Councillor Bismarck. No one else has indicated to speak, so I'm going to move to Councillor. A question?
to the movement. We've heard the issues that Councillor Vizard, what is happening. I heard a lot of, and I get it by the way, of what we were told, the emotive thing about birds and everything else, and many of us do a bird watch and all that sort of stuff. I'd like to hear, when the mover winds up, what is in this proposed bill, that none of us know what's in there, that is different. What is this bill going to do? I know what the title is, and you know, it may make people feel shamed for not voting for it. How could you not vote for that? What is it going to do for us is what I'm, apart from having a stakeholders assembly to talk further around it all.
Councillor Moore, because you've reserved your right to speak. So Councillor Moore.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Thank you very much. Very interesting statements, Councillor Vizard, and obviously you have very close knowledge of the workings of Parliament, so I appreciate you sharing your thoughts. I would hope that parliamentarians do have an opportunity to bring forward private members' bills and have them successful. I think I remember Ben Bradshaw bringing one forward on fishing back along. I also know that our MP, one of our MPs, Steve Race, is very interested in nature. I know he's asked questions about ponies on Dartmoor, so he's already started that process. So it's really important to be really clear about both the process and also the content. So as we know, the first reading sets out the parameters of the bill. This is the process, the legitimate process in Parliament which enables the development of legislation which then can be adopted by the government to enable it to be implemented. It then goes to its second reading, and at its second reading we have an opportunity for MPs to inform the detail of that bill, and I would hope that our two MPs would both attend those meetings and make positive contributions to what that should look like. And then at the third reading they will go through it line by line and then they decide yes or no. So I think it's a really good process. Obviously we know that if you're a backbencher presenting a bill, your chance is very slim. However, that doesn't mean to say you shouldn't try, and it doesn't mean to say this council shouldn't urge our MPs to do the right thing and contribute. Okay? So that is that. And Councillor Bannock asked what is in this. So this is really important framing, because we've had the Environment Act, and the Environment Act in 2021 is some of it's only now being implemented. Some of it, I haven't been able to find the targets that are implemented alongside it. That's just quite ambiguous to me, so if someone can fill me in, that's great. So this is really important. The parameters here say that the bill is to require the United Kingdom to achieve climate and nature targets. Okay? And it says how it's going to do this, to give the Secretary of State a duty to implement a strategy to achieve those targets. We like a good strategy. We know that councils and government operates on the basis of policies and strategies, so that can be a good thing. To establish a Climate and Nature Assembly. Now, we've had a lot of discussion this evening in this place and in other places about community consultation. We have to have communities and stakeholders involved in coming up with solutions to how we address these issues. And that assembly will be advising on how best to create that strategy. So it's not the Secretary of State sitting in a dark room with a flannel over their head going, oh, what am I going to write? It's informed by the evidence that we heard about. And then we know that there is a committee on climate change. There's also a joint nature conservation committee. And actually it's giving powers and duties to these two committees regarding the strategy and the targets and for related purposes. So it's not wishy-washy, it's actually relating quite specifically to the processes in Parliament, the duties and relationship, the role of the Secretary of State, and also the committees that exist. So it's quite specific. It's about all the things that you've talked about, Councillor Vizard. There's a whole raft of different international and national legislation, but in terms of those policies, we actually need some real targets. And you mentioned the targets that the Prime Minister had mentioned at COP recently, and we need to have specific targets in relation to the achievement of nature purposes too. So this is quite straightforward. It's not requiring our MPs to vote for anything, it's asking them to be proactively supporting it. And so on that basis, we are encouraging them and supporting them in their work, and I'd really urge you to support this as a very straightforward motion. Thank you.
Thank you, some more. Councillor Reid, would you like to sum up?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. So, we've heard from councillors on all the wonderful things that our new Labour government is going to do for our country and for nature and for our hopes to tackle the climate crisis, and that is great, and we all certainly hope that all those things will come about. Don't have a huge amount of details on all of those policies yet and all of those strategies yet. Clearly they're going to take time to evolve. But we also know that the private members' bill calling for protection of climate and nature is a long-established method whereby the country aims to hold the government to account, to put in place policies to protect nature. Seems like we have consensus that there's a crisis. Clearly the council decided that years ago. Seems like we have consensus that things have worsened since the climate decided that years ago. But it seems that we don't have consensus on wanting to ask our two MPs to pledge their support right now to tackle those crises in a way that is currently set out, that has a process that's going through the House of Commons. On the 24th of January, which is around about 4 weeks' time, this bill will be read. It needs 100 MPs to support it. There are around 80 MPs who have pledged their support. As I say, nearly all of them are Labour. There are some, of course, Greens, there are, of course, some Lib Dems, and there are from all other persuasions, and one Tory. Wouldn't it be nice if David had been the second Tory? But why is it that we don't want to ask our two MPs to pledge support for this bill? I can't really understand why, Lord Mayor, unless it's about playing politics. And that seems to me a terrible shame when we are facing this crisis. The bill is here, it's in front of us. We have a choice here tonight. We really have a choice of sending a message that Exeter cares, or sending a message that Exeter doesn't care. So please, look to support this motion. I just want to read out the words of Jane Goodall, Dr. Jane Goodall. You cannot get through a single day without having an impact on the world around you. What you do makes a difference. And you have to decide what kind of difference you want to make. As Councillor Moore said, it's really, really straightforward. We're asking our two MPs to pledge their support for this bill, the aims of which we all seem to be in favour of. So I really hope we can think that this is actually quite a simple, non-technical ask, and that we are keen for our MPs to stand up and say, yes, we want to support action on climate and nature. Thank you.
I will now move to the vote. All those in favour of the notice of motion, please show.
10 in favour, Lord Mayor.
All those against?
So 19 against, Lord Mayor.
That's been clearly lost. That now brings me on to agenda item 13 on the agenda, which relates to the report on the council appointment to the Team Devon Joint Committee. I invite the leader to present the report.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. This has come straight to council. It is for the appointment to the Team Devon Joint Committee. This is part of the CCA arrangement, of which the Devon leaders, and it shows you there are some other national parks, which sits in a committee to the side and below the constituent members of the CCA, which are Torbay and Devon. Lord Mayor, this will be an important committee throughout this process, for how long it goes on for, but we've got a day job to do until something else changes, which will allow the voice of Exeter to continue. I'm also pleased to say that the Devon districts have put myself forward as one of the two non-constituent members to sit on the CCA representing the Devon districts, and in particular the city of Exeter, which they finally realised is important, needs to be around that table. So we are being connected. Just because I won't have a vote as a non-constituent member will not stop myself or indeed Paul Arnold for speaking our mind on things, and we will do that. So it's very important. I do like the bit on the item 10.1, which people read that, however, it says there is no risks to the appointment of the leader. So I thought that tickled me when I read that. So be assured. Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I so move.
Have a seconder?
Seconded, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Mitchell and Councillor Poe.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'll not keep people too long on this particular item. I'm concerned about elements of the terms of reference regarding the Team Devon Joint Committee. Because as I say, this was just attached to council papers the first time I've seen it. In regard to potential integration of services across authorities and issues relating to climate change, when every council in Devon appears to work to a different timescale than what Exeter is wishing to achieve. I'm concerned about the voting system, which appears to be built on a system of prior consent if you're affected by the decision that's going to be made. And on the section of the report relates to scrutiny of decisions by this body and how that relates to our current constitution and its scrutiny processes. It is unclear how the two meld together. So I've just got a question of the leader. Can the leader indicate whether he or this council have been involved in drafting these terms of reference, and which body or bodies are responsible for reviewing these terms of reference? Because I do have serious concerns in the longer term about that. Thank you.
Councillor Poe and Councillor Moore.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'd just like to thank Councillor Biolek for securing this important voice for Exeter on this key new committee, and for any work that he and his team might have done in allowing Exeter to have that voice, and for all the work that will be done in future to support Exeter's part in the new authority. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Poe. Councillor Moore.
Thank you very much. A couple of questions for the leader. In 2016, the council discussed joining Heart South West combined authority, and an important part of, I'm sure the leader will remember before my time, but that one of them in the paper, I just randomly came across it the other day, it talked about the importance of subsidiarity, i.e. making a decision at the lowest possible level. Is this something that you'll be fighting for in the combined authority? Because it does seem that lots of things will be sucked up from district councils. And in terms of the development of this role on this committee, can you tell us what you know about any plans by Torbay District Council or Devon County Council to request postponement of the elections by 1 year from May 2026? Is this a discussion that you will be having, and will you be having any discussions around whether the council moves to a unitary authority in March 25 or maybe the autumn round for 2025? Yeah, the county has to make those requests about delaying the elections. So can you tell us what you know about it and what you will be requesting of the County Council and Torbay District Council in relation to the unitarisation of councils that the government's been announcing over the past few days?
Leader, would you like to respond to the questions?
Well, yes, thank you. On that last question, I'd have an election tomorrow, Lord Mayor. I'd get rid of it, that's what I would want to do. So I'd have an election tomorrow. I don't believe in postponing democracy. However, the legislation in the white paper, it's not legislation yet, the white paper which has come before us, which says that we're getting into now about unitaries and devolution, but let's make it clear. Well, it's quite clear, and I know these things because we only heard it a few hours ago from the Minister himself. That's why we appear from the back room just now. Insofar as if an expression of wish comes forward from a number of authorities, it could, if they want to go into the first phase, doesn't automatically to see what that expression of interest looked like, and particularly about the dissolution of, so like Henry VIII, the dissolution of district councils, and if that comes about. But of course, it's not the dissolution of democracy, which we mustn't think about that. It would be different. So that's important. Now, as a consequence of that, the Minister may well say we're deferring the elections. There are consultees, which I'm not sure whether we would ever say in that or not ever say in that. I know the county can, and I don't know what the process is for requesting it or not. But having said that, as I said, I don't like to see democracy postponed. I can understand that if we were in a potential first wave, let's say, we all got unanimity amongst the Devon leaders. And I think I've done quite well in keeping us all together, a number of us so far. Now, whether or not that will start to bust in soon, I don't know. And what that may look like. Ministers will make a decision at the end of the day, and they will consult. I'm not going to stand here and say, yes, as a consultee, what we would say, because we need to see what's on the table before us. What I can assure on any of this, is that this council, at this level, will be involved in decisions that we make on what the future for Exeter is going to be quite honest. And I did say, I think I said to you earlier, a lot is changing in the last 2 days, a lot of meetings, to the degree our head is bursting at the moment with stuff and meetings going on. My aim is, as I've always said, to protect Exeter, to make sure the voice of Exeter is represented at that level. That's why I'm pleased that my friends in the districts have put myself forward to sit on the CCA as a non-constituent. That's fine. That we've got a seat around the table for the Joint Committee, that we've got a seat around the table for the Housing Commission. These are all very important places for Exeter to be. Now, I don't want to consume all this power. I'm not that much of a benefit they made here, a little bit, but not that much. And as to the scrutiny process, and how this constitution or the terms of reference have been formed, the monitoring officers of all the districts have had meetings with the county council monitoring officer to bring this forward in line with the various regulations. I don't think for one moment they just sit there and think, what are we going to dream up today? There is a lot of regulation they have to find and follow. And as the recommendation said, that there can be constitutional changes. Although it puts it down to myself to do that in consultation with me, I'm the big man, I will bring it forward, not necessarily as a paper, I will keep councillors advised. But what you've got to read in here in relation to sucking up of powers, and for those of you who care to listen to me on this point, I'm opposed to sucking up the powers from the district. I've always argued to suck them down, actually, because I think we could manage it a lot better. So, 8.7 on page 84 says, no decision can be taken by Team Devon Joint Committee which relates to any matter that is the sole preserve of the specific member. So the answer is no. No to that they can. What I would intend to do, because there will be a public meeting, I think the first meeting is on the 8th of January, so the diary's filling already. This is why this paper's come this evening, because I have to be officially appointed by the council to go. I believe there will be public meetings, they're going to be held in public. I think there will be a scrutiny committee for that. Now, how we do it, we've got our own committees, reports, but I intend to make sure reports are coming back. And of course, if the request is, and it will be part of my portfolio holder report to the council, to the scrutiny committees, on what I'm doing there. There is no secrets here, Lord Mayor. I do not intend to do that. This is about Exeter, making sure the voice is Exeter. I do believe that decisions for Exeter should be taken in Exeter, and that's what I'm going to be arguing forward throughout all this process. And as I said, I will be talking. So it'll be early in the new year, so much is happening. You don't want me around your house on Christmas Day. We'll be talking about it. Early in the new year, I will want a meeting with the leaders. Because as I said earlier, we must have a joint approach amongst all political parties. All 39 councillors must be on the same page on how we are going to argue for Exeter, in what shape, what form, and how. What that looks like at the moment, Lord Mayor, I'm totally not sure. This is the first step. It's not going to last forever, obviously. Government has made that clear. If you look at the DCN paper, which I think you all get, don't you? If you read it, oh right, I can circulate that. It's quite clear on what's happening to the authorities. There's some big decisions. There's all sorts of whispers going on at this particular moment. And we've got to make sure that we're in the right place at the right time. We need to be at this table, Lord Mayor, and I hope that the council puts me forward for this in the court. But I'm confident to say that I will be reporting back on what I do in my report to scrutiny. I'll even make a statement. I'll talk to the Chief Executive on how best to communicate that with the Chief Executive for this route or whatever, to make sure that that can be scrutinised and people can put in. Please be assured, it's such a big issue going on at the moment. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Leader. I'm going to move to the vote. So all those in favour? Simon?
Sorry, just to clarify a point that the leader made. The terms of reference have been circulated by the monitoring officer from Devon County Council, but there's been no meetings with the monitoring officers. But obviously I've had a look at the terms of reference and I'm content with those. The joint committee can look at those terms of reference and change them if they choose to do so. But this council is not surrendering any powers, and it may be that proposals are put forward that have to be put to this council. Thank you.
Thank you for the clarification. So we now will move to the vote with that bearing in mind. So all those in favour, please show. That's unanimous.
That has been carried.
Excellent. We'll now move on to the final items on the agenda, which relates to questions from members in accordance with Standing Order 8. We have received 4 questions. 2 from Councillor Moore and 2 from Councillor Reid. So Councillor Moore, would you like to read your first question?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. The Council opened the Junction Night Shelter in 2018, part funded, as part of a £481,600 grant to provide support for people living on the streets and help them back into accommodation. The shelter has since closed and have twice been told the plans to reopen it somewhere being looked into. How much is the Council paying for the lease? When will it be open in some form or other to offer much needed accommodation for people currently sleeping rough?
Thank you, Councillor Vastassen. I believe you're going to respond.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Thank you for the question, Councillor Moore. Officers are currently looking at future options, so unfortunately this will be the 3rd time I'm told that someone's looking into it. Future options for the property include potentially subletting to other agencies or even terminating the lease early. Once an options appraisal has been completed, then discussions will take place with SME and myself. And the current annual rental for the property is £22,500. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Vastassen. Do you have a supplementary, Councillor?
Yes, please. Thank you. So, given that it's unlikely to reopen, what viable and sustainable alternatives, what are there going to be for people who are currently on the streets? We have heard already that over Christmas the Hull Road pods are going to be closed to lack of staff, and we need to ensure that there is an intermediate opportunities for people to have somewhere to sleep for those who are not able to get into other temporary accommodation.
Is that question directly related to the pods? Not this. I know the answer. I do know the answer. One of the pods is currently unoccupied. Without going into too much personal detail, because obviously I can't, there is ongoing work with the officers and the housing team to make sure that those people have somewhere to stay over Christmas. They were informed beforehand, so they knew that this was
Councillor Moore, would you like to move on to your second question?
Thank you. What coordinated action is Exeter City Council doing as the local planning authority to proactively work with Devon County Council, the Transport Authority and all interested developer parties and the community to agree a plan to manage access to the water lane supplementary planning document area and the development sites? Now, to get to these, you have to go through the existing Haven Banks area, and this is for both construction, which will only take 10 years, construction logistics, and the long-term use once it's built out. So as we know, it has a very constrained access and egress points, and the lack of action at this stage will absolutely bake in unacceptable long-term negative impacts on the area in terms of road safety, excessive traffic, air pollution, frustrated residents, and inappropriate use of residential roads through traffic.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. The Liverpool Water Lane SPT 2024 sets out a long-term access strategy for the area, developed in collaboration with the Devon County Council as a local highway authority. The strategy prioritises sustainable access, including minimising car traffic and encouraging active travel, that's walking, cycling and micro-mobility, designing Haven Banks Road as a priority route for pedestrians and cyclists. Haven Road itself is not suitable for general vehicle access for new developments, as confirmed in Code A03 of the SPD. Relevant planning applications reflect this approach. Application 22/115/4, Application 23/1007/outline. Further discussions will take place with developers, county council and stakeholders as proposals progress. Standard conditions will also be applied for construction traffic and site operations to minimise disruption.
Supplementary, Councillor Moore.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Thank you very much for your reply, Councillor Bialik. I asked my question because I think the measures that you have read out and I'm aware of are insufficient to address the issues of the community. I know that you are a very busy councillor, and I would really welcome an opportunity to sit down and go through all of these points that you raised, because the developments, I wasn't specifically mentioning any planning application that's in the process, but even if I was, those sites will generate hundreds of car trips every single day. There is no management plan through the Haven Banks area. There is no management plan for logistics. Will you work with me, Leader, to go through this detail with the planning team to make sure there is a viable solution that's going to be acceptable to the community that's there and the community that's moving in?
Councillor Bialik.
Thank you. First of all, the Haven Banks development will be a showcase development as far as I'm concerned on how the city can bring forward development at scale of brownfield sites, which is much needed. And there will be a lot of teething problems with all of this. What I do intend to do, is I will get a handle on this. I will talk to the portfolio holder and the director about it. I need to get a better understanding before I make commitments in this chamber. I will do that. And if there is a process that I should engage by talking to you as a councillor for the area, I will. But bearing in mind, we've got a team, but no, I won't go on to try to excuse anything more. I need to understand it further. That's what I intend to do.
Councillor Reid, would you like to read your first question?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. So thank you. Yes, yes, I have a question about the bollard, which is that I'm worried about news that the bollard at the South Street entrance to Cathedral Green is out of service and requires such an expensive repair that it's unclear if it will ever be repaired. With this in mind, can the leader advise how much has been spent on the bollard to date? And what plans are in place to prevent the current open season on free parking on the cobbled and pedestrianised areas within the bollard every weekend evening? Thank you.
Leader.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I appreciate Councillor Reid is worried. I'm inclined to say where it's been for the last 10, 12 years, because it hasn't worked for a long, long time. I'm not going to go through the ups and downs of the bollard. I'm trying to keep it going for you. However, it is something I think the Chief Executive knows, and the former Chief Executive and the former Director, David Bartram, when I used to, do my walk around, why isn't that bollard working? All the cars parking in here illegally, how's it going to be controlled? It was all controlled with the hotel. Don't ask me about the Clarence Hotel. It was all controlled by that, it's about where it's going to be controlled. I do know a budget was set, and some money was found, and I want to know what is happening to that, and I will ask those questions, and I will communicate to the whole council further ups and downs of the bollard. Thank you.
Councillor Reid, do you have a supplementary?
Yeah, thank you. Yes, I don't know if the leader knows that the quote has come in at around £15,000 because there are cables that are under the pavement. So is the council proposing to find that it's definitely not within the budget for the bollard? So is the council proposing to find that money to repair that, or have we got a different plan for what we're going to do about the horrors, as you say, of the cars constantly coming in and parking everywhere? Thank you.
Leader.
I've got to say, I've got to investigate this further. I will. As I said, the directors know what I felt about this for a long time. Not so much it's just a bone of mine. I don't like how the cars go. There's no parking orders. Cars can go, I'm telling everybody now, cars can go in there and park. There's no restrictions. And we want to make that a nice, good place. I accept that there needs to be deliveries at certain times and everything else like that. We need to get that back for a safe place to be. I'm going to look into it. I've said to you that's my commitment. I'll go on about it. I hope I'm not here again next year saying that we're still looking at it. Thank you.
Councillor Reid, your final question.
Thank you. Thank you. Hopefully let me get some mulled wine. Right? Lovely. Right, ECC resolved an action on the 21st of February 2023 to ask the water company in planning consultation responses for major developments to clarify which treatment works will be managing the sewage, and whether it has the information available to assess the impact on the number or duration of sewage discharges into our lovely local rivers or seas, and to share that information. After nearly 2 years of this action being resolved by ECC, and despite my repeated questions at many subsequent councils, we still don't know whether or not ECC has a policy to routinely ask this information of South West Water. So my question is, does ECC have a policy on this matter? If so, where is it published? And what has the answer been from developers to this question put by ECC? Thank you.
Lord Mayor, Exeter City Council does not currently have a formal policy requiring South West Water to identify specific treatment works for sewage management in planning consultations. However, regular meetings are now held with South West Water to ensure their input into plan-making process and to discuss capacity and infrastructure matters. South West Water's drainage and wastewater management plan provide the strategic framework for managing future growth and sewage impacts. The Level 2 plan for Exeter catchment, published in June 22, outlines South West Water's approach to managing flows in infrastructure needs. While South West Water does not routinely provide site-specific treatment details, their assessments and feedback inform the planning process, ensuring infrastructure capacity is appropriately considered. Lord Mayor, I can add that the Devon districts had at meetings been discussing this, because a lot of other my colleagues, leaders, are concerned about that. And only last Thursday, there was a water summit held at the Exeter Science Park, convened by the Devon district, where a lot of people came to talk. It wasn't actually nothing to be resolved during it, but there was a lot of information. It was interesting. And what I will do is to see what the outcomes of that report report, or if there is a report or anything to feed back, and if there is, because I think it was an important action, what that demonstrates, there is an awareness of this ongoing problem, which is not satisfactory in our county, okay, that we all feel we're being let down, and so therefore I'll see if there's any learning, something that can be distributed to councillors from that meeting. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Reid, do you have a supplementary on that reply?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Leader. So, I hear that, and I hear that South West Water make assurances and that there's proposals for meetings and such like, but it's clearly not working. Whatever assurances we're currently receiving from them is clearly not enough. It's clearly not working, Lord Mayor. So, as we now know that ECC does not have a policy on this, I would like to ask, please, can the Leader investigate whether we can be pleased, A, have a policy, and B, can the developer questionnaire be updated to include this information? Thank you.
Councillor Reid, there's actually two questions, but
well,
Leader.
Just to say, my answer, I was clear where we are and what we've done. What I intend to do, based on what you said, is what? I'm going to write to the two MPs about this, because it is a matter that they should be dealing with. I have no authority in any of this with South West Water apart from owning it. So I think I'll raise our concerns, our previous motion that we've done, the report that comes from the Water Summit, and we said they were invited, but even Councillor Arnott said to me it was a mistake to have a meeting on a Thursday and invite MPs along when they're in Parliament. Anyway, it was all too late, it was already arranged. So that's what I will do, to make sure that our concerns as a council, which we all share, right, goes forward to the MPs, because I think that is the appropriate level. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Leader. Well, that brings us to the end of this meeting, so thank you very much, everyone. I'd like to wish you all a very good festive period. I'll see you in the new year.